Good Meridian. How is everyone doing out there? It has been a little while. Oh man, offline life. Sometimes getting busy. But it is time to get back to our favorite Web3 space, NFT game. And all kinds of fun stuff here today. All right, let's start this off. All right. Mookie, hello, hello. How are you doing? How have you been? I guess today is going to be all about getting caught up. So I've been away from everyone for so long. And even the game, I've not checked it out. I hear that there's some fun, cool stuff tune-fed. Hey, hey. Happy Friday to you as well. Everyone's missing everybody. Absolutely. Totally agree with that. Let's see, can I pull this over a little bit? Let's just give that a little bit more room there. Sort of Fritz, so happy to see you again. Absolutely. Man, one of these one of these days I am going to get back on track with the regular schedule and all this kind of stuff. I think over the last 2 months, I guess since the beginning of December, going off to Miami for the Central Convention. Man, of course, I was streaming a whole lot during that convention. I guess that was really at the end of November and the first day or two of December. Anyway, after that, it has just been touch and go with me, I guess, for 2.5 months now. Man. So, and every time I pop back on, it's been like, okay, this is the time. We're gonna get back to it on a regular daily basis. And again, yes, my life is just fairly chaotic at the moment. Just to give you all an update outside of DeFi Kingdoms, just real quick. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but got the old roommate moved out. She is totally out at this point. Her and her boyfriend came over and did the last little bit of cleaning. They, I guess part of the delay for them moving out was he was trying to leave his apartment also, and he was under a more strict deadline, already being in an apartment complex, and I could be a little bit more lenient since this is my house that I was renting a room out of. And so, she asked for a little bit more time, and I said, yeah, sure. Take it all the time you need. And that was about a month, I guess, of her taking a little bit longer than she had planned on moving out. Not that that was the total cause of me being offline for so long, but there was a lot of other stuff going on, and trying to find a new roommate and all this kind of stuff. And then fortunately, she was also able to direct a friend of hers to take one of the rooms here, and so it's kind of nice to swap her out for a friend of hers that she also found. So that was very helpful. Anyway, I don't want to spend a lot of time on that. It's not DeFi Kingdoms related, but just to say that life's been hectic, and finally got the roommate situation somewhat resolved, at least for a couple of months. So we got her moved out, and everything's been cleaned, and we got the new guy moved in, and all that's been going on. And there's a lot more stuff outside of that as well, but we're here to talk about DeFi Kingdoms, and man, I have not been doing a lot with this for a month. And I know that there's a lot of good stuff. In fact, I think I've listened to all the AMAs. Just listened to the one yesterday. I listened to it last night. I wasn't able to catch it live, which I'm always sad when I can't catch those AMAs live. Low Tech, Giovanni Castillo, Zelf in the house. Welcome on in, guys. Sardo says, happy to see the stream again. Absolutely. I always love streaming, and always wish I could do more of it. Hopefully that will be soon. Of course, I've been saying that now for a couple of months. I do mean it. It's just that I guess my life is fairly chaotic right now. So Low Tech, how are you doing? And Giovanni, how are you? Zelf, how are y'all doing? Missed everybody? Absolutely. Okay, let's do some stuff here, because the first thing that I want to do is I want to take a peek at what's going on with hold on, is this, tell you what, let me do something real quick. I don't know if this is going to show something that I don't want to show. Yep, it would have it would have popped something up there on the screen. Let's I think we're ready to get back over here. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So what I want to do is I want to look at man, 5,000 messages. So how many of y'all are using some kind of automated service these days, bot system or whatever? I think over the last month, I think I've been more and more leaning towards DFK Helper. I love Waifu still. I've got a couple of the bots. I'm still running them, but I think I've almost fully decided that DFK Helper is probably the way to go. And it's not necessarily for everybody, I suppose. There could be arguments made for Waifu or not even having any at all. Low Tech says don't have any. So Low Tech, I'm kind of curious, why no bots? Is there some kind of, are you worried about the compromise of the account? Are you, maybe you don't have a lot of heroes, maybe under 10 heroes or something? Do you have a lot of free time on your hands? I'm kind of curious. What about Pirate Quester? Oh, Zelf. So that's a good point. I haven't even had time to look into that. And that's something that I definitely should do. I've heard a lot of good stuff about it. I don't want to say that it's not good. I just haven't done anything with it. And I should do a comparison thing at some point. I think that would probably be good, like a side-by-side comparison with DFK Helper. But DFK Helper, if anyone wants to know a little bit of feedback for me when I'm comparing it to Waifu, I think besides the fact that it can do so many other things, and as I pull this screen up here, we're talking about being able to quest the heroes, of course, in whatever realm that you're going for, leveling up those heroes, adding stones and all this kind of stuff. And that's everything that Waifu Bot can do also. But then you've got a lot of other things like being able to auto sell, auto rent, that kind of stuff. You're able to get in there and buy and sell items. You're able to get in there and do duels, which of course Waifu aspires to doing, but just isn't there yet. And then of course also summoning stuff as well, and which I haven't even gotten to. So there's just so many other things that DFK Helper can do. And I don't want to turn this into a sales pitch for DFK Helper, but one of the things that I noticed when I just logged on today was I've got, oh, it is turned on. What was I looking at a minute ago then? Oh. So I've got a second account that I'm starting to get set up, and I was trying to do that 100 USD challenge. And I think I put maybe a little bit more than actually $100. I wasn't really following the $100 challenge exactly. This was like about a month and a half ago when a few guys were just starting to come up with a $100 USD challenge. It's just briefly talked about, or the idea was tossed out in some, like there's some kind of chat or communication thing, whether it's Discord or Telegram. I don't even remember what right off the bat. I think it's Discord, where there's a bunch of streamers, I guess kind of a round table where some of us content creators can get together and talk about, I don't know, content creation. I haven't really been in there a whole lot, but one of the guys mentioned something about $100 USD challenge. I thought that sounded really interesting, but I was already planning to have a very small amount of money even before that was mentioned. I hadn't thought about $100 exactly, but probably something more like $200 or $300, I guess, was kind of my idea. It wasn't an exact science, but I wanted to start out with a little bit of money in a liquidity pool and then have some heroes and then just do some questing and use DFK Helper to see if, like, the lowest amount of heroes and money you could have in an account for DFK Helper to be sustainable or looked at as far as really good. Because there is a monthly fee with DFK Helper. I was like, well, $25 a month, or I do understand there's even a $15 a month thing. It's a little bit more limited. And so I was like, can I do that? And so I set this account up right here, and I noticed, I guess a day or two ago, that Crystal Veil was not turned on. And I was like, oh no, have I been going the last couple of weeks without Crystal Veil turning on? But this was just my second account using this. So the first account does have everything set up for Crystal Veil and Serendale. So that is good. Sort of Fritz, let me, I do love chat, and I love each and every one of y'all. So oftentimes I would rather interact with y'all rather than go on some kind of long spiel of my own. So let's catch up with chat a little bit here. Pirate Quester, absolutely something that I probably need to look into. Pirate Quester is a one-time charge like waifu. Interesting. So I'll have to take a quick peek at that. And I think Pirate Quester can do a lot of things as well. Isn't that right? I'll need to take a stream. So this stream is probably not going to be very long. I need to get in the daily habit of getting back on stream. I shouldn't say I have. I can make the time to get on stream right now, even though my time is actually very limited here recently. But I can kind of force it. And so that's what I'm trying to do today. And even though I don't have a ton of time, I want to get back in a daily habit. So this is one of my first attempts, or another first attempt to get back in here. Welcome back, Rock. Rubetto says, yes, hopefully I'm back on a daily basis. Really going to try hard. Sort of Fritz, I have a stupid question. I don't know if there are any stupid questions, but we're about to see. You say, I have a stupid question. For you using Helper and auto dueling nonstop, how is it sustainable without injecting liquidity to keep it going? So, Sardo, to be honest, I don't know, right? So, am I doing duels right now on a daily basis? Let's see. Apparently, I might be. So, unfortunately, I turned this on. I enabled just this one aspect of it, and I've got a delay of only 0.25 hours. It's like 4 in an hour. I honestly don't know if that's good or not. So I've got some other configuration set up here. This is in Crystal Veil, and I'm doing a solo. Oh, I hate that too. So I think what was going on is a couple of weeks ago, and so now, unfortunately, I do not have good information on this. So I turned this on, I had set it up in a specific way that I wanted to keep track of things. In fact, I even have a spreadsheet, it's right even here, where I was really, so here's my spreadsheet actually on that, Sardo. And this is just the very start of it. So as you can see, this was like the 17th of January and 18th of January and 19th of January. So this is like almost a month ago, right? I turned on the solo duel and I was keeping track of all this stuff. How much crystal is being spent, how much gold is being spent, the tickets that I was getting, whether I was winning or losing, and a bunch of other, I mean, almost all the information. So I lost one, lost one, lost one. And at first it looked like I was losing. So all these with 1 ticket, I lost. And all these with 10 tickets, I was winning, right? And so at first you can see that for the, maybe, I don't know, for many things here, I was like, I'm losing so often that it was just like, it's crazy. But then look at this, win, all the way down here. And I don't, and then I stopped on the 19th. So it's been a little while since I've been keeping track of this. But down here, a whole lot of wins, right? And there are some losses in there, but I was winning quite a bit. And at this point I think I was doing it like every 15 minutes. Yeah. And it was only for a test. I didn't plan to be doing it that much, but then I guess right around January the 20th, I got sidetracked in something else offline. But so sort of this is my actual database spreadsheet of me trying to track exactly that. And what I came up with just at the very end of it, which I haven't really done full analysis on it before I got sidetracked, was it looked like it was doing pretty well. I hadn't done a whole lot with it. Of course, I was only getting the amount of gold back for these wins. Of course, I was losing some gold in here. The amount of crystal was 0.1. You know, I guess that's a little bit of crystal. I mean, 10 battles and you're down a crystal. I guess that's can be some amount of money. I think right now crystal's what, 10 cents or something? I don't even know, to be honest. We could come to here, I guess. I think the last I looked, it was 10 cents. Oh, we're down to 9 cents now. Okay. Let me refresh this just to be sure we're not any stale output there. Yeah, so there it is, I think. Oops. Okay, so yeah, 9.2 cents. And so yeah, we've come down, we're down at 9.2 cents. So really, let's just say it's 10 cents, just to be a little bit more generous. And if I'm doing 0.4 an hour times 24 hours times 9 cents, and I'm spending like 86 cents a day on the duels. And is that worth it? I don't know. I guess I might be spending a little bit more than that if you actually consider the gold factor. Where was that? Over here. So I am spending a little bit of gold. Of course, gold is super cheap right now. I do understand that there could be, I guess Grady had mentioned a couple of times, and I do agree with them that, you know, we're bullish on gold compared to the price it is right now. But I don't think gold is ever going to be something, and I'm not saying Grady's saying this either, but I think we're all in agreement, probably everyone in the DFK community is in agreement, that gold is never going to be super valuable, although probably more valuable than it is today, possibly. However, I haven't done the math. I think one of the ways that gold might continue to hopefully stabilize, but I suppose it's possible that gold could continue to lose value if we have ultimately heroes bringing back more gold than they're spending or using, right? So if you've got one hero bringing back, even if it's just like 0.01 gold, more than is being spent or expended, then once you've got 100 heroes or 1,000 or 10,000 or 1,000,000 heroes, like when we've got a huge amount of players in the game who all have hundreds of heroes each, I suppose there could be some game balancing, but if there's more gold, if we're finding more gold, right, and questing for more gold on a regular basis, there could be some fluctuations in there. Sergeant Filthy McNasty, how are you doing? So delighted to see you back. Made my Friday. Thank you, man. It's great to see you too. I don't want to... I appreciate Grady saying to go and listen back. He wants everyone to catch up. I don't personally feel that that's what I want y'all to do. I would much rather y'all be interactive with me right now than to go back. Of course, I guess that's also, if the stream has only started 5 minutes ago, it's not going to take too long for y'all to get caught up, and that's one thing. But when the stream's been going for an hour, even if you have it on double speed, it's going to take 30 minutes. That means you're not even going to be here with us and active and interacting for at least 30 or 45 minutes while you're getting caught up. So nothing against Grady. Let him do his thing. And if he wants to suggest y'all get caught up, go ahead and do that. But for me personally, I don't like getting caught up when it's live. I want to interact live with the streamer, whoever that is, right then. And of course, if I miss something, I want to hear it, but I'll go back and I'll listen a little bit later. Anyway, Sergeant, great to have you here. Let's go ahead and interact and all that kind of stuff. I'm here. I love chatting live. Yes. That's what I like too. You can listen to you didn't miss much in the first 20 minutes. You can go back and listen to it later if you really need to. There's a lot of me just talking about offline stuff. Not overly important. Okay. So let's see. So Sardo, does this help? This probably does not answer your question because I haven't done the research myself. But as you can see here, I've gotten started on that. I need to finish this little bit of research. And even though this is only, 2 days worth, or even just little more than one full day, more than a little 24-hour period, by now I can go back and I can collect a lot more information. However, I'm a little scared, to be honest, because I did not intend to leave this on. In fact, I might think about just turning it off at the moment. I'm a little scared to go back and see over the last, 20 days, how much I've actually spent on duels and how successful that's been. But I mean, that's then been about a month. I mean, this is February the 10th already, and I started this on February the 18th. So it's almost a month of duels. And we'll see about that. I'm suspecting that I probably did pretty well, to be quite honest. That's what my expectation is going to be. However, the heroes that I have in the duels are not particularly very good. So if you're the type of person who really has put some good effort into getting some good combat heroes for duels or whatever, I think your results will probably be better than mine. And maybe that's another good thing that I want to say, Sardo, is I think a lot of that depends on your individual heroes that you have. Like, there was a time in the past when we had the old style duels where you could pick a stat like endurance and a background like mountains. And I actually went out and I bought 9 heroes of with great endurance, like really high endurance, and they had a mountain background. And I spent a decent amount of money to get those 9 heroes, all right? And unfortunately, it only was for one season of the duels, and then of course they switched it up. So I think ultimately I probably lost, I don't necessarily want to say lost value, because those heroes have definitely leveled up, and I think that they might be a little bit better now than they were. But I lost, or I did not, it was not as effective as I wanted it to be, because I thought that those heroes were going to be useful season after season after season. And so this is one thing that maybe Effects here says something that I want to address next, and that is, I'm really excited about DeFi Kingdoms, right? And where we're headed and all this kind of stuff. But I guess about a month ago, I was realizing, and I've known this for a long time, but I guess I was saying it on some of my streams, realizing it and talking about it a little bit more, and that is, you know, we've always been told that things are going to change. And there wasn't any one specific thing a month ago that did it. It was just, you know, we're in a game where things are evolving. And I love that, actually. But it's things like this that got me to realize that we are so early on right now that I'm making financial decisions, and buying up these heroes as a good example for this specific duel. And I think I only had like half a season with this, or maybe not even that. Maybe it was just in the last couple of months, or like the last month or two of that season. If the season lasted a few months, I don't even remember how long that season was. But I seem to remember that those heroes that I bought with endurance and mountains did not last very long, maybe a month, maybe. And possibly less if I'm misremembering that. But the point is that I spent quite a bit of time researching and trying to find those heroes. And then also the little bit higher dollar value that I spent to get those specific heroes. I tried to get them fairly inexpensively, but some of them I paid a little bit more than I normally would have to get this specific set. And then, of course, to have that, I don't want to say rugged out from underneath me, but changed, right? The game got updated and changed. It's like, oh man. And that's nothing against the developers, absolutely not, because they've been very upfront. Things are going to change. I've said on my stream many times that things are going to change. So, you know, I definitely know that they're going to change. But, and we all take risks, right? So we have to balance our risks, like how much, like the, another good thing that I think about a lot is the Mythic Squad and how deeply invested they are in some of those gene pairings, and especially things like the unknown stats type of thing that they were trying to do pairs on that, and it turns out that was not something that they that's going to stick around. In fact, is even going to get re-rolled. And so all the effort that they went to for all that and all the money that they spent on that is kind of like lost, right? And it's really unfortunate, but we're all taking risks, and we're all grown adults, and we know what's going on here. So I don't feel overly bad about that, except for just the fact that it is painful, and you hate to see your friends and colleagues, you know, take a hit on all that kind of stuff, even though we all know the risks. And so here's Apex is saying, they changed so much. That's why I'm in an agreement with you when you tell people not to blow their load on buying something based specifically off of InfoWave. Yeah, as you said, I've been saying this for a while. And even though I did spend money on this, it's not like I spent thousands of dollars on getting these heroes, but I might have spent up to 200 crystal on several of these heroes each. So maybe overall for these 9, I could have spent possibly up to 2,000 crystal, maybe. That would be on the high end. I couldn't see myself spending more than that. But still, it was a decent amount. And then they're not useful anymore, or they're not useful for this anymore. They're still decent heroes, but I wouldn't have bought them otherwise, right? I bought them specifically for this one task, right? Which has now changed a lot. So I do have a philosophy that I keep in mind, at least, of be very, very careful when you are spending money on things, because things can change rapidly. And this is another reason why I'm personally not doing a lot with pets right now. And also another reason that I'm not really super hyped up on PvP at the moment. Don't get me wrong, I cannot wait for the new stuff to come in, and I'm super excited about all this. But I'm not buying heroes right now that I feel are going to be really good, because I don't think that I want to entrench myself into something that is that speculative when I've already speculated on a lot of things like this and it didn't turn out to be very, very useful. And there's lots of other things too. So we're all taking our risks. And so I'm a little bit more risk averse than maybe some of y'all. That's not to say that anyone is doing anything bad. Certainly there are degens out there who are going to be degens. I think that's something that Sargent says a lot. Degens are going to be degens. And a lot of other people say that same thing. I think that's very true. And fun. There's a massively fun aspect. And even if you were just to take gambling as an example, right? Going out to Las Vegas or some kind of gambling casino, whether it's online or in physical space. A lot of people have fun. I used to work with some guys that would go to Las Vegas once a month, and they would take a certain amount of money. I think it was like $300 or something like that, and they would just go to Vegas and they would just have fun. And I don't know how they figured when they'd walk away from the table, but if they lost that $300, they did not feel bad about it at all, because just like you go to the movies, or just like you go bowling or shoot some pool or some other type of entertainment, you know that there's going to be an expense, and you are happy to pay that fee or payment to be entertained for, the length of a movie, 2.5 hours or whatever it is, or you're going to go bowling or play some pool for a couple of hours, and you make a payment or whatever, and you have fun and you enjoy that experience, right? And so that's what they were doing with their gambling in Las Vegas and all this kind of stuff. And I think it could be said the same thing here for DeFi Kingdoms, if you wanted to look at it like that. I don't think that DeFi Kingdoms is anywhere near as risky as a casino. I think that there's a lot more opportunities for us to make much more wise decisions, even though there is still a lot of risk, and even though there's a lot of fluctuation in token prices and all that kind of stuff, there's still, I think you can make more educated decisions in DeFi Kingdoms than you can at a casino, especially when most of us know that the casino houses are rigged, that the house wins often enough that they come out ahead, right? Whereas things like DeFi Kingdoms is not rigged like that. Certainly we can make poor decisions. Certainly things can change out from under us that we weren't expecting. But I think overall we can make fairly good decisions, and very fortunate. The team normally gives us enough heads up when things are changing that if some aspect becomes a little bit too risk adverse, we can move out from that. It doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes things just get changed a little bit more quickly than we can move. But the team is generally very good at informing us, and certainly the team has been super good at letting us all know that we shouldn't expect anything to be set in stone, and anything can change, right? And so fortunately for streamers like myself, I think there's several others of us as well, I think, in fact, most of the mainstreamers, I don't know of anyone who doesn't say, or doesn't at least throw out a warning every now and then, that things can change, and we all need to be careful. Yeah. Umar987A, how are y'all doing? FX again says, a lot will change. Yes, absolutely. Hubert recently said in an AMA, he can tell by how complex this system is, the game won't be as balanced as he likes. Yes. Oh, and so this was part of something that that kind of crossed my mind about a month ago as well, was the game, like as more has been coming out with PvP, I can see that things are going to be a lot more complex than I originally thought also. I mean, I was thinking very much like PvP was, my original thought of PvP when it was discussed a year ago, I guess, or something, was that the final layout of PvP might be a lot more like what we see from Fight Club today, right? You pick 3 heroes, you specify a little bit about, you have some skills that they have, and you specify some actions that they take, and then you just go and, fight. And then there's a winner. And even that, as we can see from Fight Club, is really complex. I would say more complex than chess, and a whole lot of fun too, right? So it is a lot of fun. But now I think what we're getting from PvP is even way more levels of complexity than even Fight Club is right now. And I think Fight Club is changing to add even more complexity to themselves, which is great, right? I think a lot of people are interested in that kind of thing. But yeah, it's always changing. And so we just need to be careful, I guess, is a bottom line of things. And so back up to sort of Fritz's original question, for using DFK helper and auto dueling nonstop, how sustainable without ejecting more liquidity. And as I said, I've started to do that work a month ago and collecting all the data. I have not analyzed the data at all, and I haven't even finished collecting. I want to have at least 3 days of battles before I can really feel good about that. I think the way I understand duels is maybe like the first several or many battles. It's just we haven't like been put into our place, or we haven't settled into our place where we fit in the what's the word I'm looking for, the hierarchy of where the level at which we're winning, right? And I cannot think of the word for the life of me. I'm sure one of y'all will throw it out there in chat. The ranking, I guess, where we rank, right? So they just kind of toss you in somewhere at very first, and then as the game progresses, or as you do more and more duels, you kind of get a ranking, settle into a ranking, right? And you're going to be better than a certain number of players that you go against. You're not going to be as good as other players that you go against. A lot of it depends on your heroes. And so I think for the first several battles, it might not be very indicative of like where you sit. And maybe that's a reason I was losing so many battles here in the first, 20 or so, 15 or so. And then maybe it overcompensated because then I won a whole lot in a row. And then I started winning a little bit more than 50%, I guess. But I'd like to see another day or two of that output before I really say anything. Let's see. Let's see. Sergeant says, you caught me by surprise. The algorithm has been messing with me, having a hard time catching you all. I'm not getting those notifications on a time frame. Sergeant, don't worry about it, man. This is the first time I've streamed in maybe 2 weeks, I think. And even then, I was planning to do more, and I just hopped in there for like 1 or 2 days and then got sucked back away. So, yeah, and I think I did watch a little bit of Grady's stream last night, and then rewatched it from the beginning once he finished. And it sounds like he's been away for a little while also. So, man, sorry that the two of us that stream quite often have not been streaming for y'all on a daily basis like we had used to be. But hopefully that's going to change, and we're going to be streaming on a daily basis. But it does sound like there's a huge amount of more streamers, and Sergeant, you're even one of these that's been, you know, picking up the slack for some of us that haven't been around. And so that's really good. And thanks. And I know it's a lot of fun for you to do these as well. Let's see here. Yeah, so the game can change a lot, and even more complex than Hubert was originally thinking, and also then that there's going to be some imbalance. Balancing a game, especially a very complex game, might never happen, right? So something I will also say is I've been playing a little bit of Heroes and Might and Magic the last week. I wasn't sure I was going to even mention that, but I will. And part of the reason is because some of the things about DFK reminded me or made me think about how fun Heroes of Might and Magic was. Heroes of Might and Magic 3, right, was a game that I had played a while back. And I'll tell you what, guys, I actually went out and purchased a new update to Heroes of Might and Magic 3. This game is, when did it even come out? Man. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 release. It's like the late 90s release date. March 1999. Yeah, that's right. So I think I discovered it probably about 1999. And it was a game that I had played quite a bit. And yeah, I love the Heroes series, absolutely. And there's some, I don't know if y'all really need to see too much about it, but I'll play a little bit. Oh, so here it is, like $10, right? So I went ahead and bought another, the new updated version, which has a bunch of add-ons and some new mods that go into it as well. And so here is me paying to play what I'm hoping that DFK will become, right? Where I can imagine you've got DFK and a walkable map, as there's been some hinting about already, where you've got the DFK map, and you have your heroes, as in right here. Can I zoom in on that? Not necessarily, no. So you've got your little heroes, and you're walking around, and your hero represents like maybe a group or a party, and you're picking up the loot and perhaps fighting the bad guys in the meantime, and monsters on the map that you've got to battle. And so this, the more I hear about DFK and what the plan is with PvE and PvP, the more I was reminded about this Heroes of Might and Magic game that I loved so much. And I could really see, and of course, I had mentioned in the past, and I think Matty Pesk has maybe started a healthy rivalry with me, perhaps, about land ownership or not in DFK. And I don't want to say I'm opposed to land ownership, but I'm opposed to what I see as a potential in land ownership if somebody owns some land and then they go missing. And so what happens? And here's a really great example. And I take my view of that from me playing Heroes of Might and Magic as one example. It's just one example. Where here's a great example where you've got this piece of land and this blockade or something here where to get from one section to another, you've got to cross this other piece of land. And if a human being owns this DFK land and then they leave the game, then how do you get over there, right? There are several solutions to that where we can still have land ownership in DFK, and that's just there would never be any land ownership that blocked people. Like everyone who owned land would be off on the side of paths where you could get around. You could always go around, but there was land ownership there. I don't think that makes for quite as fun as a fun game, though. I feel that it would be a lot more fun if you actually had land controllers. I don't want to say owners, but if you had land controllers, those of us that are playing that controlled these pieces of land, and then we could block or limit access through. So if like one of our alliances or guilds we were friendly with, we could allow them through the pass. And if there were other alliances or guilds that we didn't like, or maybe wanted to strong arm into a position, then we could block them from a certain pathway. I think that opens the field for a hugely more fun, interesting, and decisive game where you've got like these mental battles now and diplomatic things where you've got to actually work out with other human beings how you're going to manage diplomacy among the guilds, or even, hey, I want access through this pass. Do we have to pay taxes? Are we going to pay a tax to the land controller, or a fee that might be seen as a tax? Or are we going to be restricted from that? Are we going to have to go around like a long way around some other type of thing, and that's not desirable? But I think that's a whole lot more fun than if you just have someone who owns some land, but then everyone can walk around it and buy it, and that takes out a huge opportunity for a diplomatic, strategic type of mindset and game. But then, of course, the problem comes in if you have an owner that owns an NFT and they go away, then you're stuck, right? I don't want to spend a whole lot of the stream talking about my philosophy on that. I think that the solution would be that maybe some people could own some land in some places as far as like an NFT goes, but I don't think the DFK needs land ownership to be just as fun. Like, there's plenty of things we own. We own pets, we own heroes, we own a bunch of artifacts and items. We don't necessarily need to own the land, although we can control the land. So here's my thinking. If a smart contract instead, because we definitely do not want the DFK development team to be responsible for land ownership themselves. So we have a smart contract that owns all of the parcels of land, right? And then what happens is human beings and guilds can battle for control of a land, right? And so then we control that land. But what ultimately happens is the individual or the guild that controls that parcel of land is required to pay a fee, right? Maybe it's something like, let's just say $5 a month. Doesn't need to be anything very big. It could even be $1 a month, but this is just an example. So say we've got to pay $5 worth of jewel or crystal or jade every month for these specific parcels of land. Well, the thing is, that is an interesting aspect to the economy, where if a guild is having to pay 5 crystal for a parcel of land every month, then they want to make that money back. And so that's why people that would want to pass through there, the guild would say, all right, if you want to pass through, give us, you know, 1 crystal every time you want to pass through, or 1/10 of a crystal or something like that. And so they make their money that way, and then that easily goes to paying off the fee for owning that parcel. And that fee, what it does is it goes to the reward, either the reward quest, maybe some of it would get burned, maybe some of it go into the garden rewards, maybe some of it would go into quest fund, or just whatever it is, right? But it's handled by internal game mechanics, right? So no humans are actually dealing with that. And what happens then is if the guild or the individual who owns this land, if they leave the game, right? They leave, and so they're not paying that on a regular basis, then eventually we could say the king, if you wanted to put a story behind that. So the king that owns the entire land, or maybe the god, if you even want to go up another level above that, says you must sacrifice or you must contribute such and such to, you know, to have favor with this land, right? And if you don't, then your ability to control that land will go away. And so if somebody leaves the game and then this payment isn't getting paid on a regular basis, then another guild could easily come in and take control of that land, right? And then they would be responsible for that. Yeah, so Sergeant said it's a very legitimate problem, gameplay. I wonder if they're having these conversations. Yeah, and I don't know. Again, I'm not trying to, I think Matty Pesk's at least original, I don't want to say frustration, but maybe his original thought about what I was trying to say was trying to take away ownership from people. And that's not really what my plan was. We're trying to come up with a solution to that. And I don't think that humans need to own, even in an NFT game, if every single thing needs to be an NFT for it to be fun, that is owned by a human. It could be owned by a smart contract. I think that's perfectly legitimate in a Web3 game as well, right? And then, of course, the payments go, and that would only be required because there are some things, unlike Gen0's, there could be some things like land and the navigation between those. Like if we lose a player, if we lose a human being that has a few Gen0's, well then we just don't get access to summoning with those Gen0's. It could be a little bit of a sad day. Someone with a particularly well-gened, you know, hero doesn't play. It's like, oh man, I really wanted to summon with that Gen0, but it's lost, you know, in the ether now. Something happened to it and we can never get it back. And so it's kind of sad, but it's totally different because we can always summon with other ones. It's totally different than if you've got a physical map where you're trying to walk across and visualize that. All right. Anyway, like I said, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this aspect. I really just kind of wanted to show that I've been playing a little bit of DeFi Kingdoms. I mean, not of Heroes of Might and Magic 3. It reminded me a lot of DeFi Kingdoms. Imagine DeFi Kingdoms also, where you could get down into the city level, and we know there's going to be crafting and building and probably other types of things. So within those city structures, we have marketplaces and we have places where we can recruit armies, we have taverns, we have all this kind of stuff. And again, a lot of the things about DeFi Kingdoms reminds me a lot of Heroes of Might and Magic. What happens when we start to build weapons and armor and all kinds of other things? And I was thinking that, again, as we own those items and we're building that up, the landowners or land controllers would be allowing people to set up shop. And of course, maybe they would charge, hey, if you want to put up a little shop and build and sell your armor or sell your weapons in my city, you have to pay a tax, right? And it's part of the economics of that. Not that the land controller has to charge those. But I would suppose that if the land controller, I mean, we're all trying to find ways to make money. And if you are going to be trying to sell armor, if some of us are going to get skilled at selling armor and weapons, we might want to set up a shop in a certain place. And again, I'm kind of thinking of this as normal retail, where one of the key things is location, 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 right? So if you've got a place on the map that's like a crossroads between two major places, and I don't really know what DeFi Kingdoms is going to have as far as items on the map, but I could imagine that we've been told that there are, like I seem to remember either Hubert or Frisky mentioning that there's going to be places that have like profession level 10 questing, and some of those might be difficult to get to, and we might have to battle through a monster to get to those profession 10 level questing places, right? And so what I could imagine is eventually there'll be like pathways which are very well traveled or often traveled. To get to those profession 10 level quests, we're gonna do that stuff, and then we're gonna need to travel back to some other place, and maybe travel back to some other place, and maybe travel back to some different place. And there'll be these paths, or maybe even trade routes, if you want to say that, where people are moving between these different areas quite a bit, right? And so if you're trying to set up a shop, so let's say you've got some heroes that have been working on their crafting abilities, and they're setting up armor, they're setting up weapons, maybe they're even selling pets and all this kind of stuff. And maybe pets, of course, right now, it doesn't really matter where in the physical, and I don't want to say physical world necessarily, but where in the map space you are, you can buy a pet anywhere at any time. I wonder if at some point we might actually need to go to a place on the map where someone is selling pets, or a pet store. I don't know if that's ever going to change, but I could certainly imagine that we would need to go to a certain city or village where a certain person, like let's say Ogre Abroad owns some land, and he's got a really good player, and let's say someone like Grady, who has thousands of heroes, and he's quested, or he's made some of his heroes into really good crafters that are highly specialized in crafting weapons. And so Ogre and Grady get along pretty well. And so let's say that Ogre says, hey, you know, I've got this land, and you've got these heroes that are really good at questing. Let's have you set up a shop on my land where you can sell your really well-made items. And of course, that sounds really good. And so Ogre and Grady make this, or team up in that kind of way. And so those of us that might not have heroes that are that good at the weapons crafting stuff, we might travel our heroes to go to that shop and Ogre's land and pick up a specialized weapon made by Grady's crafters, right? And so that's kind of a cool and interesting idea too, as I was again thinking about playing heroes, because again, in Heroes of Might and Magic, you've got different cities that have different things being created in there. And so you have to travel along the map to different cities to pick up those different items that you want. So you've got these different heroes, and you need to bring them from city to city and kind of get them equipped up. Or maybe a purchaser that goes out and purchases things and brings them back to a centralized location where some of your players could go. And then the battles, right? So again, when I'm thinking about DeFi Kingdoms, we've got in Heroes of Might and Magic a certain battle screen where you've got your different heroes, your different armies. They each have different capabilities. Like some of these archangels can have a resurrection ability, and some of these other creatures can fly over the walls. The marching troops have to wait for the drawbridge to go down and all this kind of stuff. And then you've got the main hero that has a spell book and a bunch of major spells that can kind of influence the entire game, right? And so, again, when I start thinking about DeFi Kingdoms in this type of way, I'm thinking, all right, so here we're going to have in DeFi Kingdoms some kind of battle. And at least at this moment, it's a 3 versus 3 battle, right? I could see that it could possibly be expanded into something a little bit more. Heroes of Might and Magic allows 7, like a 7 bucket troop segment. In fact, let's see. Yeah, here we go. So you've got a hero, a single hero, that's like your main character that you move around, and they have these 7 slots where they can put different types of troops. Of course, in each one of these slots, you can only have one type of troop. So you've got these archangels and these archers and these pikemen, and then you got 4 other types of creatures. And to me, this seems very reminiscent, again, also of what DeFi Kingdoms is trying to do, where you've got your 3 heroes that you put in your order, and you go and battle them against 3 other heroes from another player. And of course, it's set up a little bit different. It's not exactly like Heroes of Might and Magic here, but then you go into a different screen, right? Where you have your player versus player, or maybe player versus environment battles, right? Battling the monsters, battling the other players, and doing all the stuff there. And I don't know if they've got any other screens that show particular battles. So here's one with a bunch of archers on one side. They don't have a hero on this other side, and it's not in a castle. So they're just going out and battling a bunch of archers as a player versus environment type of thing. And you've got some, what's the word I'm trying to look for? Why can't I even think of this word? You've got some terrain effects here that block movement and might do some other things, maybe even enhance. So different types of units can either walk slower or faster over different types of terrain that you might be battling on, and so on. And I could see that for a while, DeFi Kingdoms is going to need to be doing rebalancing of a lot of stuff. And who knows, maybe even growing, incorporating more things into their game over time. I think either Frisky or Hubert has said, this was many months ago now, has gone on to say something about it being a living game, in which case they further described that as never being done, right? Which I think is a really cool thing as well. It kind of reminds me of like Warcraft Online or World of Warcraft, where they came out with new expansion packs on a regular basis. And I would love for DFK, whether or not we still have the same dev team, but can you imagine in 20 years, like the dev team we have now has, maybe is still working on it, but even if not, even if they've moved on to other things, we have a continual input or new people adding the DFK dev team coming in, and on an ongoing perpetual basis, we've got new add-ons and new features and new stuff, always enhancing DeFi Kingdoms more and more throughout the years. I think that would be amazing. And I think that's very doable too, because unlike a closed business model, I think the DFK team already has been very open that they want to, I don't want to say open this up as open source necessarily, but certainly bringing on new people and having more and more input, not only from the dev team, but from us players as well, right? So I think that would be really amazing for us to have an ongoing, perpetual living game that continues to be added to and refined into the far-seeing future. Crypto Kong says, everyone, please like the stream. Hey, thanks a lot, Crypto Kong. Yeah, definitely could use the likes. Helps spread the word. You know, Grady had an awesome stream last night talking a little bit, like one of the main focuses was getting the word out, right? And making sure that we do some marketing and not blocking marketing. And so liking videos, in fact, I would strongly encourage that if y'all don't do this on a normal basis, just go through and like everybody's YouTube videos, all the content creators for that, because that does get the word out. And when other people see, like, let's even talk about George for a second. If George takes a quick look at the project and he sees that there's hardly any market cap going on, the valuation of the tokens is down right now, and of course that's the bear market. So those of us that are in the space, we're not worried about that at all, probably. At least I'm not, and I don't think many of y'all care too much about the temporary low token price. We all assume that it's going to go back up once the bear market is done. We're back on a bull rally, but in the meantime, it still feels bad in a way when you look at a project and you see that the token is down, 50% or 200% or 1,000% over the last several months or whatever it is. And for the last several months for us to continue to have some of our tokens continue to go down and down and down isn't, like, when you're an outside person and you're looking in, that's not really all that great. So one of the things that we could do to help show that we do have a thriving economy and a thriving community is showing that if our videos are getting hundreds of thousands of likes, which they don't right now, right? We just don't have that big of a community, which is one of the things that Crypto Grady was talking about in his stream last night. But it's a huge difference. And imagine someone tells you about a new game, a new free game, free to play, or Web3, or it doesn't really matter what it is. And you go and you pull up, or you do a Google search and you see that there's a few videos out there and you see that they've got 2 likes on those videos or 3 likes on those videos. What might be your feeling about that? As opposed to you go to a project and you see a couple of videos and they've got 100,000 likes on those videos, right? So one of the ways, and that's aside from the YouTube algorithm or any of these Twitter algorithms and whatever, really boosting into other people's streams those videos and that content that are getting more and more interaction, right? So just like Grady stream the other day, I don't think I might not have even commented on that yet, but let's just go. Yeah, I did. So I went in there, Grady's back. Just put in a little comment, right away. Like the video and put a comment. And this is on everybody's stuff that's doing things. And I am a little behind, so I haven't commented on every streamer's videos. I think I still need to get around to Brown Gent and About Life Podcast and so on. So there'll be plenty of videos that don't have my comments or likes on them. But if we're here and you're thinking about it, and if you've got it like a free 20 minutes, there have been times when I've just gone around to a lot of people's videos and just liked and commented and liked and commented and liked and commented. And I would say that would be a really good way. Look at this, 808 subscribers for Crypto Grady right now. 808, nice. Cool. But look how close he is to 1,000 subscribers, guys. That's amazing. And so the more content creators we can get with higher views. So looks like this video that he put out a while back, looks like I was looking at it 2 hours, but I mean, if we refresh this right now, it was some number of hours ago. And look at all these comments. So lots more comments. Very, very good to see. Yeah. So lots of good comments and 511 views in less than 24 hours. That's really good. That kind of thing is also going to help our community and bring in those people. So CryptoKong, thanks for putting out there to like the video, but let's make sure that we're liking everybody's videos and putting a comment, because that stuff really helps DeFi Kingdoms in general. And we're talking about marketing, and this is a way that each and every one of us can help spread the word for DeFi Kingdoms as well. So let's see. Sergeant says, I have to say, cool that between your stream and even Grady's stream, the question debates from my show start very interesting conversations. Yes, they do. Man, Sergeant, I love your streams. I love what you're doing with those streams. I do. Great to see that my streams are doing what I intended. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. And so I think one of the things also that your stream might have inspired was the centralized exchange talks and stuff. I think there's a little bit of a difference in opinion on how that should go. And there's no problem with that, even within our community. I think there are going to be some people that want certain things, whether it's a centralized exchange or anything. There's always going to be differences of opinions on a lot of these topics. And so, Sergeant, your streams themselves, I think, really bring out a lot of those really interesting questions that might not be quite so obvious when some of us more regular streamers bring something up, especially in our, 3-4 hour streams that we do. And I've already streamed longer than I intended to today. I was only going to do an hour today, but man, I just can't help myself when it comes to DeFi Kingdoms and talking about stuff. There's just so much to say. Wiggly, hey, how you doing? And Larry Binance Jr., hey. Stomposaurus, welcome back on in. So yeah, thanks a lot, Sergeant, for doing the stuff that you do. And everybody too, all the DFK content creators, I think, are doing a great job. But especially, I think your format has some really fun stuff for everybody. So I appreciate you doing that. Umar L says, Lords, Landlords, yeah, talking about the land controllers, right. Glad to hear your voice. CryptoCon says, yeah, man, it's great to be back. I love seeing y'all back here in the chat. Really love interacting with y'all. Let's see. Sergeant says, fun fact, I was chatting with Bolin. He mentioned that about 50% of Harmony total locked value is still DFK funds that have not moved. So many thoughts on this. I don't know where to start, much to unravel. So exactly. I think, Sergeant, this is a comment that might be related to my talk just a couple of minutes ago about land controllers in DFK rather than land NFT owners. If that's not what you were referring to specifically, then go ahead and speak up. But I think what you're referring to right here in this comment is the fact that sometimes people leave the game, and then that total locked value, or whatever it is, whether it's heroes or items, is kind of locked up or lost in essence, that the rest of the players don't have access to anymore. And in a way, I mean, for some things that's good, right? So in a way, having heroes lost or locked up means that the heroes that the rest of us have are more valuable, right? If there's a huge amount of Jewel or Crystal, I guess, from the old Harmony stuff, or I shouldn't even say Crystal, just Jewel and maybe Harmony 1, but who cares about that? So I guess it's just Jewel on the Harmony stuff. Then if all that stuff is kind of locked away, then that just means there's less Jewel circulating in the economy. So that's good, right? But that's totally different than some of the things that I was talking about, right? So I think what you're trying to say is that there's so much that's locked away that could potentially be an issue for some things. In this particular case, it's not. Correct. Can you imagine 50% of NFTs being locked today? And definitely, yeah. So, I mean, so let me just throw this out there. Could you imagine 50% of the land being locked up? I mean, let's just come out and say that specifically when we're looking at a map, right? And we're looking at specific things. And this is why, again, I don't want to focus this stream a whole lot on whether we should own land parcels or whether we should just control land parcels that are owned by a smart contract. I already talked a lot more on the stream than I intended to about that. But Since I guess your comment here is still talking about a little bit, I'll go ahead and address this too. Yeah. So imagine 50% of the land, or even 20% of the land, people have left and is locked up, whether it's because they lost their wallets or because they've got disenfranchised with the game itself, or whether because they got wrapped up. Even like me, man, I love DeFi Kingdoms, and yet even still for the past month or even 2 months, you could even argue, of course, the month of December, I had this throat and this sickness thing going around. It wasn't, like I said, it wasn't COVID. Took a COVID test. It wasn't that, but it was something. And I was feeling terrible for the entire month of December. But for January, I was getting back, and I still have not been streaming very much and getting in. And I love DFK. So there's just other things sometimes that come into our lives and kind of distract us or take us away. And it's very challenging right now for me to find the time to get on and do a stream. I really, really want to, but it's still challenging. And so there could be any number of other things going on with human beings where they might even love the game, but they're just not able to get back to it right now. Also, I think the bear market probably has a lot to do with it as well, for maybe a lot of other people, is just that sometimes when you take a big hit and there's a lot of loss from a bear market and all of your value is down, you just get disheartened, right? A lot of people have been disheartened and they're like, oh man, I lost so much money. And they get frustrated, depressed, and they go off and need to lick their wounds for a little while, right? And I think that happens a lot. Usually, I think this is my third or fourth bear market for crypto that I've been in. I started, I think most of y'all know, started in crypto in 2013. And right at the trailing end, I started in like July of 2013. I think I bought my first Bitcoin at the end of June, beginning of July 2013. Anyway, it was right there at the end or trailing end of the last bit of that bear market from the 2012 high. And the high then was just like a couple $100, but still it had been higher, and then it came down for quite a while before it shot up to 1,200 at the end of 2013 and 14. But my point is that I've been through enough bear markets to know that there's a huge number of people that just go dark, go silent when you're in the bear market. And it's not necessarily that they've given up on crypto, although some people do. Some people just get so wrecked that they give up on it and then maybe have to come back to it. Maybe some people do get fully wrecked and they just hate it, and then they realize that people are still making money, so they come back. But I think a larger number of people just say, it's not worth my time anymore at the moment because it's not making as much or it's not as fun. And so they put it on the back burner and they go and do other things that might be more important, whether it's family life or another job or something else. I remember Ogre Abroad one time saying many months ago that he had thought that with this last bull run a year or two ago, that he wouldn't need to work anymore and all this kind of stuff, and he was going to retire. And then of course we had the bear market, and then of course there was the hacks, and he lost a lot from these hacks and all this other kind of thing. And then there was at least one time, and I don't know if he's actually followed through with this or not, but Ogre had mentioned something about him having to possibly go back to work, or at least looking into that. And even for myself, I have needed to seriously look at getting back into a full-time 9-to-5 job. I'm doing some things on the side right now, but it's not paying enough. And certainly DeFi Kingdoms and crypto in general is not paying anything. And certainly I'm not making anything streaming. So probably if I was making a whole lot more at any of those things, whether it was DeFi Kingdoms or crypto or streaming, then I would probably do a lot more streaming and probably doing a lot more DFK. But because all of those things are not bringing in any money right now, really, then that is at least some of the reason, perhaps, that I'm not prioritizing it quite as much as some of these other things that I need to be doing as well. Like, one of the things, I'm taking care of my garden. I've got a room, or 2 rooms actually, in my house that I'm trying to rent. And, you know, those are bringing me in $500 a month each for those rooms. So it's much more valuable to me to spend the time to get that stuff situated before I can get back to the DFK stuff, because DFK isn't making me any money. So anyway, maybe other people are doing that same type of thing right now as well. And so there's just not a lot of people, but there will be. There will be a lot of people soon. Let's see here. And so maybe some of this, as Sargent says, there's a lot of unlocked value, or a lot of locked value still on Harmony. And so what I'm saying is, there is, hopefully, these aren't people that are always gone and never going to come back. Hopefully, a larger number of this, as we do see more and more people are coming back into the DFK space after being away for a little while, that hopefully we'll see more of this percent move and come back. Maybe we'll need to actually wait till the next bull run, right? So we get the bull run, and then maybe 50% of those people that are still out, maybe 50% of this 50% will come back and move stuff around a little bit more, and then only 25% maybe as a total loss or something, or hopefully less than that. But hopefully it's not 50% is gone forever. That would just be really sad. Of course, there's also possibilities people have lost access to wallets or any kinds of other stuff. Man, I've had a couple of friends that have lost their keys or their passphrases, and it happens a lot more than you might think. All right. Let's see. Larry Binance Jr. says, interested to see if in the future Crystal Vale land carries a premium to Serendale land, similar to how Crystal Vale or Crystal does to Jade, because DFK chain is better, cheaper, do more. I would say so, right? I agree with you, Larry. This is going to be interesting, but my speculation is going to be, you know, really kind of what you're saying there, because Crystal Vale is using Duel as the gas token, and it's cheaper and all this other kind of stuff, better in general, I guess you could argue. That land might be better there. I feel that if I was the game developers, I would not want that to happen too much, right? So it's okay, and maybe even to some extent, I would kind of want players to favor the home base, especially the chain that has Duel as the gas token, right? There might be a little bit of bias that I would want to build into the game, right? However, I think as a game designer, I would probably compensate for that by adding certain things or doing certain things in the other realms that give those realms some kind of a benefit over Crystal Vale. And I would do that very specifically and on purpose for some aspects of the game. So let's say, as an example, Serendale might have a much higher drop rate for a lot of things that we're doing quests for, right? So maybe there'd be a quite a bit higher drop rate for eggs, as just an example. I don't know if it makes sense for that to happen, or maybe it would just be milkweed or something else, right? That you could only get in Serendale, and maybe higher drop rates, and maybe even other things like different types of return values from the gardens, perhaps even something like that, right? Where the liquidity pools in the gardens might have higher return rates. And with the right amount of balancing, right, then the game developers could kind of coerce probably isn't the right word, could kind of motivate players to utilize Serendale and the other realms just as much, right? Even though it wouldn't have the Duel gas token. So I think it really depends on what the developers want to do. As the game developers, they have total control to incentivize anything that they want to incentivize. I personally don't think that, again, as a game developer, so let's look at it this way. If you were a game developer, would you want 50, and as we have our game right now, we've basically got 50% in two different realms, right? 50% of your game is in Crystal Vale, 50% of your game is in Serendale, for the most part. I mean, there might be, so someone could argue maybe 49%, 51% or something like that, but you've got two realms, right? And for the most part, it's the same playability in both realms, for the most part, right? Why would you go to the time and expense and the hassle of creating a whole realm that nobody plays in, right? I don't think that that's going to happen. So there could be, as we're specifically talking about, Crystal Vale land is carrying a premium, and that's always possibly going to be true, right? But what if land is more fertile on Serendale? So let's say that there comes some patches later on where gardens just produce more or give more rewards on Serendale. And that's just part of the aspect of Serendale. And to do something on Serendale in those gardens, you actually have to own these plots of land, right? And you have those plots of land where you're going to do those gardens or something, right? Maybe professional level 10 questing would be maybe a better example, since we know that Frisky and Hubert have made comments about professional level questing being like on a map somewhere where you have to travel to that location and you might have to battle monsters to get there, right? So this might be a better example than gardens and liquidity pools. And so if we know that there's going to be a map, maybe there's just going to be more and better questing ability in Serendale than in Crystal Vale. And in that particular way, the land itself could be more valuable than Crystal Vale, or they could properly balance it in such a way that even though Duel is the gas token on Crystal Vale, and even though things might be cheaper on Crystal Vale for any number of other reasons, the blockchain speed and the blockchain cost and all that kind of stuff is what I'm referring to. But even with higher gas fees on Serendale and with Duel not being the gas token and all this kind of stuff, there are easy ways for a game developer. And as a game developer, if I was the game developer, I would not want half of my creation, right? Because as a developer myself, I know that you develop a game, some software, you want it to be used. It's like your baby, right? And you want players to go and use it. You want players to enjoy that aspect. You don't want to create something and feel that nobody's there and it's a wasteland, right? It's like, oh man, we did all that work and there's nobody in Serendale. There's nobody playing it. Everyone's left back for Crystal Vale. You would never want that, right? And so I feel that the developers that we have now wouldn't want that either. In fact, I can't even imagine that. So it is possible that they might not care to balance it exactly the same, but maybe they would balance it in such a way that there was a 55% chance of liking Crystal Vale more, and land had a 55% better return on value, or whatever you could say, and maybe only a 45% return on investment in Serendale. But it's not so dramatic that everyone leaves Serendale, right? Because once that's the case, then easy enough for developers to just go in there and adjust whatever they need to adjust behind the scenes to make Serendale just a little bit better. And then if that's not enough, then they can do a little bit more to make it a little bit better than that, until it does achieve this balance. And I think ultimately, any game developer that's really striving to have a good game, which I think that the DFK devs are definitely doing, and they're doing a really good job at it as well. But I think that they're going to want all their realms to be played, and all their realms to be played fairly evenly. And if some realm is getting neglected for whatever reason, I think they're going to rebalance that. Yeah. So, although I do agree, Larry, that it's very possible that there will be certain aspects about various realms that are going to be better, at least at some things, than other realms might be. And we also might want to think about, as the game expands, I could see that some players, some individual human players, might like different aspects of the game differently, where maybe the players that like a certain aspect of the game would prefer a different realm, because maybe that realm does better at promoting this other aspect of the game that's a little bit different. And so there might be some people that are in a specific realm just for a specific aspect of the game, which I think would be really, I think that would make the game more interesting, to have different realms slightly focus a little bit more on different things. Not so much so that if you like PvP, well, I think all realms should have PvP and PvE. But let's say that there's one of the realms is a lot better at liquidity pools, as an example. All right, this is something easy for us to see. And so if a player or a human is a lot more interested in just getting into the liquidity pools, maybe they would just go for Crystal Vale and totally avoid Serendale, as an example, right? It's not play in Serendale at all. Whereas other players might, or there might be some advantage that Serendale has over Crystal Vale. And so the players that like some other aspect of the game would really prefer Serendale. And I think that makes for a much more interesting game. And I'm not saying a huge difference, but I'm saying something like 60-40%, one way or the other. Like 60% better in Crystal Vale, 40% as good in Serendale. And then for some other aspect, it's 60% better in Serendale and only 40% as good in Crystal Vale. And so some people might want that. You can still do some of these things in both the realms. It's just not quite as good. And so maybe not quite as many people would do a specific thing in that realm. From gameplay perspective, Serendale looks more fertile than Frozen Tundra so, man, Sergeant, are you saying specifically the visuals of it, right? So as where we have the map, and just the visual representation of Serendale looking more green and fertile. So, correct, visually, yeah. So for me, personally, I love the green, lush look, just like what Sergeant is saying here, the green, lush look of Serendale, right? Unfortunately, this is on the chain on Clayton, which I don't particularly care for that chain. And it's not because it's Clayton specifically, but it's just because the Clayton blockchain is, for one, it's not got the Duel token, which I'm so bullish on Duel. I want the Duel gas token, right? And things are cheaper also on Crystal Vale. And I want to run my quests and do all my other stuff without paying as high gas fees. So, man, in that aspect, I'm torn because I really don't like to look at the frozen, what I feel is like frozen wasteland. It's not to say anything about the art. The art's fantastic in Crystal Vale. The art is great. It's just, it gives me a some kind of emotional reaction, which doesn't make any sense in a game, really. I should not be emotionally tied to the aesthetics of it. But there is some truth to that, right? I'm just replying to Sargent's little comment here. From a gameplay perspective, the Serendale stuff looks more fertile than Frozen Tundra. And for me as a player, I have noticed that one of the things, I know it's unreasonable, but one of the things that I don't really like about Crystal Vale is just the aesthetics of it. When I look at this, I'd rather live in a nice, warm, cozy place. Although it makes no difference in gameplay whatsoever. It's totally irrational. All right, let's see. Zabu in the house. Hey there, Zabu. How are you doing? Welcome on in. All right, guys, I think I'm going to do just another 7 minutes of stuff. If y'all have any last minute questions, I really want to try to get back to doing at least 1 hour a day, every day. But to be able to do that, I need to take care of all the stuff that I've got offline as well. And there's quite a bit right now. So I don't want to overextend myself and get myself in a position where it's more challenging to get back on tomorrow. We've got so much to talk about. In fact, I didn't even really do too much today. But one of the things that I was really looking at was getting back and setting up my questing. And just, I was trying to make sure that I was questing in both Serendale and Crystal Vale from my automation, from my DFK helper bot here. That has been super helpful. And guys, those of you that weren't on the stream in the first 10 or 20 minutes or so, I'll just go ahead and reiterate. I love WaifuBot. I still am using it, but oh my goodness, so many things have happened in the last month that have really made me appreciate DFK Helper so much more, besides all the other stuff that it can do. So because I have limited time right now, I think even more so, I've been appreciative of what DFK Helper can do, because it can do the duels and it can do summoning and a bunch of other things. And I don't have to restart the bot. One of the other things that I'll mention is for about a week, our power was out. We had again, I live in Central Texas. I live in Austin. And a few years ago, we had this massive ice storm that took out a lot of people's power and almost the power grid all across the state of Texas. And there was this big, massive, I think worldwide, but certainly nationwide news story about, Texas, and we were not really plugged in very well to the rest of the country, and we like it that way for various reasons. But it did have some very bad result a few years ago, and even to the point where some number of people died. And I don't even remember, and I don't want to go look it up right now, but maybe even 100 or 200 people died from that ice storm, just because all the Texas power grid got shut down, because we normally do not have freezes that bad. And so our power lines and all this kind of stuff, they're not weatherized to handle 10 inches of ice weighing extra so many tons, pulling down power lines. And all of these trees also aren't used to having tons of ice weighting them down as well, pulling down limbs onto all kinds of other stuff. And anyway, this was 2 years ago in 2020 that I'm talking about, or 2020. Was it 2020 or 2021? I guess it was 2021 was that massive storm that came through and had some real big problems. We, here at this house, we did not lose power where we were at that year, but we did have our pipes freeze. And so we had to boil water, and we had to go out or we couldn't even leave the house because everything was so iced over. And again, we in Texas don't experience those type of storms, so we don't even have any trucks that go out and clear the ice, and we don't own chains for our tires, just none of that stuff. So we were just when we get a tiny, like, quarter of an inch rain when it's freezing, we shut down schools here, right? Just because we don't know how to drive in any of that stuff. Anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is we had another storm a couple of weeks ago, and it was pretty bad also. It lasted for much less days. I think there was only 24, 48 hours of ice. But the problem is that there was so much ice that accumulated for that short amount of time, just 24 hours, I think, was the main bulk of it, that, again, pulled down a bunch of power lines. And almost the entire city of Austin, it was just, I'm sure stuff happened to the rest of the state, but it was mostly just the city of Austin. Almost everybody, I shouldn't say almost, maybe 50% of the city here lost power. And apparently the problem was that so many trees were brought down too, and we didn't have enough electricians to go and handle bringing people's power on, that we were actually without power here at this house for, I guess, 4 or 5 days, right? Which of course really hindered my DFK playing. When I was trying to get on, it's like for 4 days, it's like I can't even get on and play DeFi Kingdoms and do all that kind of stuff, right? And which also meant that my waifu bot was down on my multiple accounts, right? Oh no. But DFK Helper trudged on through and did its thing. And so, at least as far as that goes, I felt much, much better about that. And there have been a couple of other things about the waifu bot that, again, I still love it, but every time that there's an update, I've got to go and update a couple of configuration files. And it's not, if you're just having to do it once, then it's not necessarily that big a deal. But I'm having to do it for myself. I'm having to do it for my girlfriend. I have 3 accounts that I'm doing it for myself. I got my sister set up with it as well. So my sister called and she had some questions about it. So I spent about 2 hours with her to talk her through stuff. And so ultimately what I'm getting at is that upgrading waifu bot every time that there's a release is actually takes maybe about an hour of time for the first account that I do, and then maybe an additional 20 minutes for each additional account that I have on top of that, where there's some minor changes between some of those accounts, right? Whereas with DFK Helper, I don't even notice when the upgrades are happening because Zelis and Coolio back there in the background are just updating their stuff. And, you know, we don't really have release numbers, I don't think, like we do in other types of services or whatever. But I felt so at ease with DFK Helper, just being able to run through, and I didn't even have to be there. And even though right now I'm having to spend so much time offline, that I'm just so thankful that it is here and running and continuing to do questing and for me, where I don't have to manage it quite so readily. And this really is a quality of life, quality of my personal life for me, to be able to continue to feel like I'm involved in DFK. And it's possible that if I didn't have a bot and I'd been away for a month, that I might be less inclined to come back. So here's a very interesting thought. Maybe, Sergeant, you know, I don't know how you'd want to formulate a question around this type of thing, but here's an interesting thought, and that is, if a player is away for some amount of time, let's say a month, right? Let's say something happens, whether it's, you know, oh, also, I don't know if y'all know, my aunt died a few weeks ago as well. And so there was this big family thing happening all at the same time. And that was another thing that kind of dragged me away for a little bit, or there's been something in my life that's taken me away from DeFi Kingdoms a little bit, just, you know, family and just a bunch of other stuff happening in that storm, and the list goes on. And I don't want to get all into the reasons why I haven't been streaming as much, but there are a lot of reasons. And so the point is that if someone has physical life, things in their physical lives coming in and pulling them away from DeFi Kingdoms or something like that, and let's say they're pulled away for a month from something. Imagine also getting pulled out of the gym. I don't know how many of y'all go to the gym on a regular basis, either now or in the past, but at least for me, it's kind of the same thing, and I can relate it to going to the gym. When I'm going to the gym on a daily basis, and there were times, I'm not doing it right now, but there were times in my past when I would go to the gym probably 5 days a week, and I'd be working out to some extent almost 7 days a week. Like if I wasn't going to the gym, I'd be running, jogging down, you know, in the neighborhood or in a park, down some trails or whatever it is. And I would really be in the gear of going to the gym and working out and being on this very strict regime plan for working out or whatever it is. But then when I'm pulled away from that, maybe I hurt myself, like pulled a muscle or whatever it is, or maybe I spent some time doing something else away from the gym. If I'm away for some amount of time, and let's say a month is about that amount of time, it's very, very difficult to get started going back to the gym. And that could be the same thing for DFK, where maybe if you're away for a certain amount of time, it's very difficult to get back in the routine of that as well. Hey, Big Sweaty and Alexi, how are you doing? Sweaty rock. And Alexi says, Bawaifu is a one-time buy and DFK Helper is subscribe and heroes. Yeah, I'll talk about that a little bit more in just a minute. So, and I'm kind of even talking about it right now. So let's say that someone gets pulled away for a month. How difficult is it to get back involved? And so if their bot is down, like my waifu bot had been down for a while, and now I've got to upgrade to a new version on multiple accounts, which is more of a hassle as well. It means that my heroes haven't been questing for almost a month as well for those accounts that it hasn't been questing. And at some point, I'm like, man, my heroes already haven't been questing. It's going to be a hassle to do that. I don't even really have the time to do that. And so I'm just going to not even log into DFK today. And then so another day goes by. And like, well, the bot's still down. I still don't have enough time. Not going to do it. Because of all this stuff, I'm just not going to log in today either. And there's been at least a few days where that type of mentality has crossed my mind. Where it's like, man, I don't even want to jump through I don't have time or the energy or the mindset to jump through a couple of hoops to get the bot started, to get back in there and do all that kind of stuff to get in. However, one of the things that drove me to one of the things that like I looked forward to today is I looked forward to getting back online, and I saw, well, I thought I had seen that my Crystal Vale checkbox was off. And I was like, oh no, am I not questing in Crystal Vale, but I am questing in Serendale? Turns out that it was just one of my second account that's doing DFK Helper. And my original account does, or has, both been questing Serendale and Crystal Vale this entire time. So what I was really looking forward to is I was looking forward to coming back. It wasn't as a heavy weight as the waifu bot stuff, but I was actually looking forward because I'm like, oh man, I haven't even looked at this stuff in a month. What does my account look like now that I've been questing all this? So I can come in here and I can look at my inventory and I can see, oh my goodness, look at all this stuff that I'm questing, or look at all the stuff that I've got here after 20 days of questing where I haven't even been looking at this. And look at my locked Jade, look at my tokens and all this kind of stuff that I have right now. And if I had been using DFK for, which I had been doing duels, it's like, what do I have as far as the duels and the raffle tickets go? I can come over, oops, that's not what I want to do. I can go back over here and I can look at raffle tickets. I don't know if it's going to be on this account or not. I don't see raffle tickets on this account right here. But maybe it's on one of the other accounts. And so if also with DFK Helper, we can hatch pets on a regular basis. So I can come in here and say, oh, what pets were hatched and all this kind of stuff. Come in here and do all that, although I didn't turn on my automatic pet hatching. So there's a huge number of things that I was actually excited for coming back, because there has been progress on my account, even those days that I haven't been here, and even those days that I didn't have electricity and that have been pulled away. So it was actually exciting to me to want to come back and see what's going on, as opposed to not even, it's not even a neutral feeling, it's a negative feeling to having to log back in to a DFK where I know for a fact that the waifu bot has not been running. And so that whole thing has been stagnant. And yeah, there is a feeling of pressure for me to get back on there. There's a sense of loss, like, man, I really need to do that today, because every day that goes by means that I'm not questing those heroes. But then there's also the fact that I know that I'm going to need to reconfigure the new version, and I'm going to need to do it on multiple accounts, and there's going to need to be some time taken to make those changes. So if you've only got one account, and it might not be too big of a deal for you, right? Which could be a little something too. So Sergeant, I guess that's kind of, and I know that's maybe all over the place as far as me trying to describe this type of question. But part of what I'm getting at is with, I wonder if having a more automated system, and I know that the DFK dev team themselves are talking about and planning to have more automated questing within the built-in game itself, right? And so I think that that's going to be a major step forward, like a major step forward. And again, with the mindset of, if I know that my heroes have continued to be making progress even when I wasn't here, then I think players will be much more excited to come back. And so when we think about the 50% total value locked in Harmony, and those people aren't coming back, I wonder how much of that is the same mindset that I just described, where they know that the market is down right now, so they're disincentivized or maybe depressed about coming back to see and maybe consciously realizing how much value they actually lost in crypto through the bear market. But then also, they know that they haven't made any progress in a lot of that stuff. Whereas if you are using a bot, or once the game itself internally starts to automate more of like the questing and everything, then I wonder how many more players would be more excited to come back because they know that their investment or their heroes or their empire, if you want to call it that, has still been making progress in all that time, right? Let's see. And for waifu, there was maybe one critical update, the rest were non-critical. So, Alexei, when you say that, when you update to the new version, how do you deal with your configuration file, right? So how do you know that when you download the zip file comes with a new configuration file that's kind of blank or default, right? And you make and I've made some customization changes. So every time I download the new version of the thing, I generally want to use the new configuration file. And when you say that, you know, the updates might not be critical, but there have been some things like even the naming of one of the parameters was a little bit different. Like I remember one of the parameters had the word pool in front as opposed to like maybe garden pool or pool garden, and one of the versions needed to take that out. And so I would have to go in and make those edits. And when I made those edits, I'm gonna have to go in and plug in the garden numbers, and every one of my accounts has different gardens, different combinations of gardens. So I need to go in and look at what this specific account, what gardens I had set up in the previous version of the configuration file and bring that into the new configuration file. There have been things like that have been updated where now there's only 5 foragers instead of 6 or something like that. So you got to go in and change the numbers a little bit. And so there's a lot of stuff. And I changed, so there's a little bit of change in the gas fees. So I don't use the standard default gas fee and what's the tip or the extra amount that you pay. I've made a little change to that, and so I need to go back in and change that. So there's a lot of things. I think also the default in the configuration files is not to auto level up your heroes. So if I'm going to use the new configuration file, I've got to go in and change that too. Anyway, the point is there's like a lot of changes that need to get made unless you're using very exactly your old configuration file that might not always be the same, right? So how do you manage that, Alexei? To you specifically, I'm asking that. I'm supposing you only have one waifu bot account, and that does make a big difference than having 5, right? But then how do you deal with that? Do you merge, or how do you merge your old configuration with the new configuration file? And have you timed how long that takes you to do? And how much are you changing in there? Are you keeping 90% of it the same? Freak, how are you doing, man? Sergeant says, I would argue that you are paying more for the convenience, not for everyone price-wise. With that said, I firmly believe there's room for more than one bot out there. Yeah, I do too. So yeah, I definitely do not mean to say everyone should drop their waifu bots and go to DFK Helper. What I am saying is that for me, in my life and my situation, especially this last month, I have found that DFK Helper has been a life-saving tool. And waifu bot, while I still like it and I still am planning to use it and trying to use it, has not been doing anything for me in the last 20 days. I mean, I haven't even been running the bot, haven't even gotten in there. Like I said, I had the power outage for a week of time. And then after the week of time, I had my aunt die and all that family situation in there. There's other things that were going on. And so for the past like 20 days, I just haven't gotten in there. And then because I know that I've needed to do an upgrade and I haven't wanted to take the time, I haven't had the time because I'm dealing with roommates and a bunch of other stuff. And I don't want to get into all my personal life and all that kind of thing, right? The fact of the matter is that I have a lot of stuff that's been happening outside of the online space that I've needed to deal with. And so I have not, and managing WaifuBot takes more time and energy than managing DFK Helper, right? That's ultimately, I guess, the bottom line. Is a WaifuBot, even though I love it, it does take a lot more of my time than DFK Helper does, and DFK Helper can do a lot more. And so for that, I am really, really happy about that. So I'm not getting rid of my waifu stuff. I'm just saying that I might upgrade more. Upgrade might not quite be the right word. I'm going to convert probably maybe some more of my accounts over to DFK Helper. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that I don't even have the time now to maintain WaifuBot. That's really what it comes down to, I guess. I don't even have the time or the energy to maintain WaifuBot and upgrade 5 different accounts when the new upgrades come out, and to manage all that and to maintain the computers that those are running on. So the computers have to maintain and be up. And so every now and then I have the Windows operating system that I have to manage also and hassle. Sometimes it does an installation or an upgrade overnight, and I wake up the next day and it's been down. And sometimes I don't even recognize that. And again, it's over multiple accounts. I've got 5 different bots that I need to manage and all this kind of stuff. I guess I don't necessarily have all of that, but I've been helping my sister out with one, and my girlfriend's not technical, so I have to do some of the technical stuff for her with her account. But still, yeah, she's even reaping the benefit. She's reaping the benefits for that, and I'm doing the work. But I guess we all do things for our significant others sometimes, so that's not too big of a deal. But yeah. Let's see. I would argue, let me make sure I fully understand this. I would argue that you are paying more for the convenience. It's not for everyone price-wise, yeah. What I'm trying to say, Sergeant, is what my tests were about is I was even looking at duels, and what I was finding is that DFK Helper can make a lot more than it costs. That's really the bottom line for what I have discovered, is that DFK Helper just makes a lot more income for me than it costs. And especially when I consider WaifuBot has been down, and even though WaifuBot is a single one-time payment, it hasn't helped me at all in the last 20 days, right? Whereas, and I feel bad about that, and it actually makes me feel like it's added more to my plate, and that's something else too. I have so much on my plate, I can't even get to streaming as much as I want to stream, right? I've got so much going on. I love DFK, I want to stream, I want to be doing more in the game itself, but I don't have time for that right now. And the fact that I haven't been able to set up the WaifuBots back up after the power outage, and all the family stuff that's going on and on, that even makes me feel worse about my position, right? I feel it makes me feel like I'm even less, I'm accomplishing even less than if it wasn't there at all, right? So as far as like mental and emotional health, if you want to call it that, in this particular case, WaifuBot is being a negative to my mental and emotional health, and lumping on even a more depressive type of thing than DFK Helper is, which continues to run on and on and on. So again, maybe they were paying for convenience, but also it's making me more money than it's costing. So in that aspect, and it makes me more money than WaifuBot does. I'll just come right out and say that too. That there's so many more things that DFK Helper can do. Again, I'm not suggesting that everyone drops their WaifuBots. I've said many times already, I'm planning to keep mine and I'll continue to use my WaifuBots. But this last month has really gotten me to see even more so and prove more so that DFK Helper is something I probably want to utilize even more into the future. Let's see. Let me finish up the last few questions here. I'm already 30 minutes past where I wanted to be here on the stream. So let me just answer these last few questions. I see Grady's in the chat. Hey, Grady, how you doing, man? Hope you're doing fantastic. Let's see. Only thing bringing people on daily right now is questing, so the team isn't incentivized to automate it. I guess what you're saying is, just like me, because DFK Helper is automating, so I don't even need to get my body into the Discord or onto a stream. I think that's kind of what you're getting at, right? That I'm one less person who's actually engaging in the community right now. And because the community's so small right now, that missing me or a single person is a bigger deal than if we had 10,000 or 100,000 people in the DFK community. If there's 100,000 people and we've got 50 streamers streaming DFK and I leave for, I'm pulled away from it, y'all aren't going to miss, I mean, some of y'all are going to miss me for sure, but it's not going to be that big of an impact, right? Because there's just so much other stuff going on. So yeah, maybe that's what you're getting at, right? And so from the team's perspective, I think what you're saying is they want to make sure people keep coming back, so we have a lively, engaging community. I mean, yeah, okay. I'm not saying that's wrong. Once PvP is out and that brings people into the game daily, then they can automate the quests. Man. Sergeant says, interesting point, Larry. As a counterpoint, all my heroes minus that 100 USDC challenge account are being ran by bits. Bots, I think you meant. I still like manually doing some things. I come back every day. Yeah. I mean, if it wasn't for all the stuff going on in my life, I would be here every day. I mean, I love this space, DFK and crypto and Web3, and I want to be involved here. The only thing is that, I've got some other personal stuff right now that's coming in and managing all that, or getting in the way of that. So, I'm very happy that I can come back to progress here rather than come back to nothing or less, right? So I can just be weird in that way. No, I mean, we're all, I don't want to say weird. If you're talking about the cost, I mean, certainly I am very weighted more towards a one-time payment than a monthly payment. As far as that goes, I don't think I'm ever gonna give up my WaifuBots that I have. I just might create another account for them, or do something with them, or maybe loan them out. Like I've loaned out one of mine to my sister, is what I was getting at. And I'm able to put it to good use, right? Let's see. Grady and Rock are back. Yeah, Grady, great to have you back too. I've been away myself for a couple of weeks, and I guess if you've been away, we might not have known each other had been away. I guess I've been so busy I hadn't registered that I hadn't noticed a lot of people's videos recently. But yeah, I am glad that you're back, Grady. Definitely, it's good to have more people doing the streaming and stuff. You're a vital member of the community. Big Sweaty says, did you see Grady's video yesterday? Yeah, I caught the last 45 minutes of it live, and then after it got finished, I rewatched from the beginning. Grady, as if you do, don't go back and listen to the first of my stream right now. But when you do go back and listen to the first of my stream, you'll hear my own personal take about going back and listening to the first of streams. And again, Grady, you're, by all means, keep doing what you do. And if that's what you want your community to do, is go back and listen, then you keep going with that, man. But for me, I don't want my community to go back when I'm live. I don't want anyone to go back and listen to that stuff, because it means that you're not interacting with me live. Like right now, I see you just said something else. You know, here, Grady, you've missed everyone and you're still following. Yeah, absolutely. But if you were going back and listening, you wouldn't be here right now communicating with us. And so that's why I would personally, for me, I would much rather y'all here in chat, hang out with me here in chat while I'm live. And then if you feel you missed something from the beginning, by all means, rewind and then go back and listen to it to later, right? Yeah, so anyway, that's what I did. I caught the last 45 minutes of Grady's stream, and then hung out with him for those last few minutes, and then went back and listened to the whole thing. I think Grady had an amazing stream, by the way. If y'all have not watched it, you definitely should. And in fact, Grady, your stream was so inspiring that I almost stopped the work that I was doing. So I was doing some other work and just kind of listening to you in the background. But I almost stopped what I was doing to start up a video, and where I wanted to interject some of my own thoughts to some things that you were saying. Not that you were saying anything that I disagreed with. I think I agreed with a huge amount of what you said, but there were a few things that I had a little bit of a different take on. And so I just wanted to throw out my takes on that as well. And today is not a good day, because like I said, I'm already 30 minutes past when I wanted to stream. So maybe we'll do that in the future. And maybe, Grady, could be fun is either I get on your stream or you get verbally on my stream, and we have a little bit of a chat. And I might make a video, but again, for me to make a video that's not live and have to go in and edit is just, it's so time consuming right now that it's hard for me to even think about doing. But yeah, so Grady did have an amazing stream. You know, there's so many points, like so many really good points that I wanted to touch on. And I agree, like I said, with most everything Grady said. There were some things that I have a little different take on. It's not that I don't necessarily agree with him. As one example, just to throw something out there, which I really don't want to get into this right now, but Grady said something about, it's not the case that if we build it, they won't come, right? So the thing is, if you build it, they will come. And so Grady was saying, that's not true. If we build it, they're not going to come. And I have a slightly different take on that. I think that if we build it, they could come, but they might not come all right now very soon. And personally, I'm not necessarily sure that that's a bad thing today. Certainly, we do want millions of players to come into the DeFi Kingdom space. And I think one of the things that Grady was pointing out also is that maybe he got an impression that some of the people in the DeFi Kingdom space didn't want it to grow or get bigger or have a whole lot more people than it does right now. I don't know any of those people. And one of the things that I wanted to ask, maybe Grady, you've got a lot more following than I do, or maybe Sergeant, this could be something that we might want to address on one of your streams as well, to engage in a different way some of the community members or a larger part of the community in this way. But who, like, I want names, and not that I want to bash anyone or put them on the spot, but I mean, when we suggest, or when any of us suggest that there might be people that think that we want DeFi Kingdoms to not grow or to remain small, who are those people that you're really thinking don't want DFK to grow or to remain small? And there might be some legitimate names, right? There might be some people out there really that want it to remain small. And if that's the case, right? If that's the case, then why? My question would be, why do they want it to remain the way it is or remain small? Maybe it's not that they want it to remain small forever, but they just don't feel that now is the time. And that's me in a way. I would be all for DFK growing massively huge today as well. I would love that. But I also don't feel that it's necessary because I'm here for the long haul. And so if we build an amazing game, it doesn't really matter to me too much. I mean, maybe a little bit. I don't want to wait 5 years for DFK to have 1 million users. But I mean, I don't mind waiting 6 more months for PvP, even if it were to take that, which I don't think PvP is going to take 6 more months. But if we start to consider PvE, which I think I'm going to be having more fun with, and I think there's a huge amount of players, humans, that play video games and online games that might like PvP also, maybe more than PvE more than PvP. And so maybe PvE will be a bigger draw. I don't know. But what I really want to get at is if somebody's saying that there are community members, or I don't want to even say if someone's saying, if someone is seeing community members out there that don't want the community to grow, I want to know, who is that? Do we need to have a talk with them? And not to make them feel bad at all, but for one, is that perception unwarranted? Is that just a perception that, excuse me, that we might have that that isn't really warranted? Maybe it's a misunderstanding of someone's viewpoint. Maybe they have a reason for that. Like for right now, I could personally see a reason, and specifically, I think one of the things on Grady on your show, and I'm a little behind on chat, so I don't know if you're really replying back to me, Grady, but I know on your show, one of your big things, which I do agree with you on, is we should probably be getting on this other show. And I forget, you said you spent a lot of time courting that next crypto gem or whatever it was. And I think that is something that we probably should be looking at to get on. I haven't given that a huge amount of thought myself, just because I just saw your video last night talking about that, and I feel really bad that you spent so much time courting that, and the marketing aspect of that is vitally important, right? You are right on with that. However, one of the things that I thought of as I was watching your video there, and as you were saying that some people wanted to keep it small, I was like, my brain was going, why would people want to have it small? What could possibly be these people's reasons for? I was also thinking, who do I even know anyone that wants that, and why would they want that? And one of the things that crossed my mind was possibly somebody recognizes that at this moment today, we don't really have much of a game. Yes, those of us that are here in chat, Grady, Sargent, myself, all of you, Freak, Big Sweaty, we love to do the things that we're doing right now in DFK, and it's fun for us, and I think most of us probably would call what we have today a game, right? But I think that there's a huge number of people out there that play video games like Fortnite or Heroes of Might and Magic that I was talking about a little earlier. Heroes of Might and Magic, I mean, think about this, guys. I spent some of the last few days playing Heroes of Might and Magic, and even paid money to buy a new version of this, to play this game, when I could have been doing DFK, right? But when I had an hour of free time, I would rather have played this than to get into DFK, right? And so I had to think to myself, why am I playing an hour of Heroes, which then later led into another hour on a different day, and I think even a third day I played even another hour or two. I was like, why am I doing this rather than setting up my stuff in DFK, like the waifu bot or the other thing that I needed to do? Why am I spending my time on Heroes of Might and Magic when I have things I actually need to do in DFK that I'm losing out on some money with that right now? And what I came down to is I'm mentally and emotionally tired. So here was my rationality for that. And it was, I'm mentally and emotionally tired. I don't want to use a ton of brain cells, especially when it's dealing with my money. And even to get me back on track with the bot financially to bring me more money, I didn't even want to jump through those hoops. And there was maybe some negativity that had crept in from the fact that it was already, the bot was already down and the bot was off and I'd already lost, 2 weeks worth of stuff. So what's another, some amount of time? And there was some negativity that was brought into me that way. But ultimately what it came down to is I was saying in my head, I just want to relax and have fun. And I want to play something fun. And I don't want to think about anything stressful. And I don't want to manage money. And I don't want to risk or do the wrong thing when it comes to money. And it's a little easier for me just to pop open this game and play and have fun. And the bottom line that I was thinking about is DFK, although it is fun to some extent, it's not a game like Fortnite or Heroes of Might and Magic or that much of the game in that type of way yet. So getting back on track, why would somebody not want DFK to grow? And possibly it could be that some people are saying today is not the day that we want to get on that TV show or Best Crypto Gem or whatever. I'm not saying that these people thought that. And I'm not even saying that this is what I believe, because I could easily be persuaded that we need to get on the show as quick as possible, right? But it's possible that some people out there might be saying, if we had a TV show, look at what we've got right now, which is not really too much of a game, then we might have a worst first impression to a huge number of people that we don't really want. You don't really want your first impression to necessarily be that we don't really have a game yet, even though we are building and everything is fine. I think all of us here are really happy with the progress that's being made. But maybe some of these people are thinking, hey, we want this to happen, but let's just wait another 4 weeks until we've actually got a PvP game, and then is going to be a great time to get on a TV show. But if we bust our nut or blow our load right now, I'm not sure why I use those two analogies specifically. That's probably not appropriate. But if we were to shoot our shot right now and get on a TV show before PvP comes out, and then if just in 2 or 3 more weeks we have a PvP thing, we could have such a greater impact than we do today, where we might get rated a little bit more negatively. Have you seen those things where people rate is it Crypto Stash, I think? Is it one word or two? Crypto Stash rating games or something like that, right? And so here is a video. We're not going to watch it, but look at this. He's got Block Time and Blankos and Grit and Sandbox, and where's DFK, right? Where's DFK in this list of games? Why doesn't he have DFK in this list of games that he's trying? Could it be that DFK doesn't even have a game put together enough to even qualify? So these guys are just skipping it. And this isn't the only channel, I guess, that I want to point this out. This is just the one that pops into my head right away, right? So why would we want to put DFK up against all of these things that are so much more playable than DFK is today? And especially if we only need to wait another 2 or 3 weeks to have PvP, and then maybe we can get it on a list like this. Because right now, I mean, look at Axie. Axie's being rated a D, and if we skip ahead a little bit more into this video and see where some of these games are being placed on this stream right here, look at this. We've got Walking Dead, Block Time. These are the 8. There was no games in the S tier, but Axie, and I don't even know what some of these other things are in the D tier. I mean, I'm not even going to be looking at these games. What if DFK was on this list And because there wasn't really much playability, we got ranked a D. Do you think that that's going to bring in a lot of people? But it's gonna shoot our shot. And are we going to be ranked again in the near future? I don't know, right? And I'm not saying that gives a justification for not getting on the show. And like I said, Grady, you put in so much time and energy. I feel really bad about that kind of thing too. I was trying to come up, I was doing my own mental gymnastics to why could some people possibly not even want us to be on the show yet? And this was the only thing that I could come up with in my own brain without asking those people. But I'd be curious to know who the names of those people are, not to call them out publicly, but to go and ask them specifically, why do you think that, or why don't you want DFK on that show today? And is it just because George has been a dick in the past? I mean, I wouldn't say that's a good reason. I mean, even if some people don't like George, dude, that doesn't mean that we wouldn't want to get on a show that could springboard or launch us into the eyeballs of a lot of other people. Like, I mean, all these things on the top A list are things that might inspire me to go look. I see Sandboxes in there and Grit and some other things that I do know, right, are up in here. And, you know, so my block time, I think I've seen that. Spider Tanks I've heard of. And so being ranked an A thing, that might inspire me to go look at them a little bit more. But these things down here, I'm not even going to load or install or look at. And I might say, yep, reconfirmed that it's a loser, Axie. So if we had DFK down here, would we want to risk that today? I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to get off that soapbox because I really didn't want to get all into it, and I'm behind in chat. But yeah, so Grady's stream was amazing. Had a lot of really great stuff. I do think that we want to get on that, just to wrap things up on that specific topic. I do think we want to get on that show. I don't have a personal feeling as if we needed to get on the show today or next week or next month. I could be persuaded either way. I think if Grady put in that much time and energy into something, it's really unfortunate that all that time was spent and there wasn't more push to getting us on then. But we need to know the reasons. And so, Grady, if you have been talking to Bullen and maybe Dreamer and some other people about, or even some of the people that had replied onto your tweet, which I think was a big deal too, and I think you had a totally valid point there. Guys, don't be calling out the fact that some of you might not want to get on this show for whatever reason in public on a tweet. That just is ridiculous. You just shot us more in the foot. I think that was really bad. This is bad. And so definitely you want to see, we might have that conversation behind the screen, definitely not on public on tweet. That was just really bad. Anyway, if we build it, people just won't come. But I think that there are people that will come. I think there are people, if we keep continuing to have success and we grow it and more people grow it and the token continues to grow, there will be more people that will eventually come on. And we don't necessarily need to be on a centralized exchange. We don't necessarily need to be on this TV show. All these things could potentially help. But I do think that over time, people will come, right? People will come. What are your thoughts? Yeah. I think one of the biggest things is, how do people find, like DFK was brought to my attention 4 times by a friend of mine when I was in the Sandbox, and I was doing Sandbox stuff, and I was streaming Sandbox for 8 hours or 10 hours or 12 hours a day last year, or maybe it was the year before that. And there was a friend of mine that came to me about DeFi Kingdoms 4 separate times. And every time I was so much into Sandbox at that time and all involved with everything there, I was like, I don't have time for any other projects. I don't even want to look at that until finally I had a little bit of free time, and I came and I looked, and it sounded like the gardens were really good. And so there was that incentive to get in the gardens. All I was planning to do was get in the gardens, right? But it was that one thing. And so Big Sweaty, when you're asking things like, if build it, people won't just come, what are your thoughts? I think they will. I think that there need to be things that are there in place, whether it's the gardens, whether it's a new realm coming in, but there's got, or whether it's a super fun game, or PvP is really good, or you can make some good money, whatever it is. And of course, one of Grady's things that he was saying, which I do, again, totally agree with right now, we're in a situation where we're just kind of leeching off of our family, our DFK fam, right? If you're pulling out profits, are you pulling out the profits of the liquidity that I just put in, right? If I pull out $1,000 every month, where's that $1,000 coming from? Is that coming from y'all's value that y'all are, buying a bunch of eggs and increasing the value of eggs, and so you're putting in more liquidity and or you're putting in more USD value, and so I'm pulling that out when I'm pulling out $1,000 a month, And I don't want to be harming my friends, right? And so one of the things to do is to get more people involved, but that on alone is a pyramid scheme. If your game or your project needs more people to come in to be profitable for the people that are already in, that's a pyramid scheme right there. And I don't think that DFK is going to be that, right? But as I've always said, if DFK wants to survive, then it needs to be such a fun game on its own that other people, just like me, paying $10 to play Heroes of Might and Magic again, right? I just paid it again just a couple of weeks ago just to download the new version and the new updates and mods so I could play it again, right? And I am not hoping to get anything out of Heroes of Might and Magic at all. Not at all. I don't own anything. I'm not making money off of that, but I still paid. And I think that DFK needs to ultimately be that same type of thing where there are people that are willing to pay and they don't care about any rewards at all whatsoever. They just want to have fun in the game because it's that input. And if we've got, 10,000 people putting $10 a month into the game just because they like to play and they don't hope to get anything out of it, then that's $100,000 overall that the game is bringing in, which could then be taken out in portions by other people taking profits on whatever it is they're taking profits on, just like they do with stock market or crypto stuff, right? Yeah. And so we need a fun game. It's highly important. I do think that people will come, but I do think also that people will come faster and more with being on TV shows and having more streamers out there. And, I think Grady and Sargent and the Fight Club group, Adventures in DeFi Kingdoms specifically, I guess, but Fight Club also specifically, those different third-party aspects of that are coming into play, or Bogside chats and what they do, the weekly AMAs and all this kind of thing, bringing people in there. But I think that's a little slower. I think ultimately what's going to bring people in is what brought me in, and that is either something super fun or super rewarding, financially rewarding, like the high value gardens or winning Gen Zeros or something like that is what are going to bring people in. More eyeballs being seen is important also. Yeah. Let's see, Big Sweaty, we need to be on things like Next Crypto Gem and getting on a centralized exchange. Need to grow the DFK community. So I think, a lot of the things I talked about was just getting on to the next show. I agree. We should get on the show. I feel really bad that we maybe lost the opportunity this time, especially since Grady put in so much time, as I've said a couple of times already right now. I don't think it's the end of the world. I wouldn't be opposed to waiting to get on the show until we have PvP out. I guess as I've been talking about it out loud, I kind of feel that there could be a loss of opportunity if we get on the show before PvP comes out. I can see that. But I don't really know, and I don't really care when it happens too much. I mean, I'd love to have 1 million people in DFK tomorrow. And I know that it's going to take something like this, like getting on this show, to have that huge number of people pour in. But I think that there are other opportunities as well, right? And I don't think that we've totally lost this opportunity. At least I hope we haven't. But yeah, and there are some things. And getting on the centralized exchange, oh man, I have mixed feelings about that as well. I definitely feel that getting on a centralized exchange is going to bring more eyeballs, but is it the right eyeballs? I don't know. I see things like Axie Infinity, and maybe there's some other projects, and maybe one of the things that we should do is we should look at a lot of those other projects and see, when did they get on centralized exchanges? What happened to their tokens when they did get on centralized exchanges? And then what happened afterwards? And I know that there's been a lot of talk in the DFK community about, well, let's make sure that we don't have futures trading and all that kind of stuff where people could pump a token and then dump it. And I definitely don't want us on any exchanges that do that. It sounds like the dev team already has that mindset, so we don't really need to worry about that. But I don't even think it has to be futures trading necessarily. Like, let's say there's a guy out there, let's say Elon Musk, even as an example, right? Of course, this is a huge exaggeration just because he has so much money. But let's say that there's a bunch of whales out there and they're looking to make some money. So DFK gets on an exchange. There's no futures trading, there's no nothing. And so one of these whales, or several of these whales, they have millions of dollars. And so they just buy up all of the Duel tokens that are on the centralized exchange. And of course, the Duel price starts to shoot up. And everyone's, oh my goodness, this is it. We're going to the moon and all this other kind of stuff. These aren't people doing futures trading, but they're pumping the market because they feel good about DFK. But they're not interested in the game itself at all. They just want to make a profit. And so after a huge number of people see, oh man, and then people like George and other crypto enthusiasts who are looking at high, fast rising tokens, that'll get their attention. I mean, George, one of the reasons I think that he's kind of dismissing DFK right now is, we've got a bear market and there's not a lot of activity going on. DFK, the price, the tokens are down. And so from a financial aspect, you look at DFK and you're like, it's not popping right now. Why would I want to get in this? It doesn't matter if it's a good game with a good team and all this kind of stuff. It's not popping right now. And of course, some people might say, well, that's the best time to get in while the prices are low. And I agree with that. But if you're an investor, there is a saying, and I forget what the saying is right off the top of my head, but it's, or I shouldn't even say it's a saying, but it's a way of thinking where you have to not just think about the amount of value that a token can rise. So here we're at Duel being 9 cents, or if we flip that around and we look at Crystal's value right now, or Duel's value, 24 cents right now, which is still down a bit from the 34 cents that we were at back in December, right? And it would come up and now we're back down again. And so, we're pretty low. I'm expecting Duel to get to $1, not too long, maybe later this year. And, I could easily see Duel getting to $5 and possibly even $10 at some point coming up in a year, maybe, or two. Certainly being deflationary. I have a really good outlook on Duel. And so there could be, but from an investor's perspective, it could take a year. It could take 2 years for that to happen. And what you want to do, what those type of investors, and I don't watch George every day like Grady does, but I do watch George quite often. And there were some times when I was watching George once a day for a month or so, and I still watch George maybe every few days, right? Try to catch some of his stuff. But my impression of him and some people like him is he's looking for things like this little time period right in here where it's down, like we've had this major down, and then the time frame for it to double in price or triple in price is really short. So there is a thing to look at when you're doing this type of investing, whether it's crypto or stock market or whatever. You want fast returns on your money. You put it in, you get your gains, and then you take your profits. And I think Brown Gent has this same type of mindset with DFK. Now, of course, Brown Gent is also very much into DFK specifically too. But Brown Gent has also mentioned on several of his streams the fact that he is taking profits on a regular basis. He's putting in, he's moving his money around he's being very smart about what he's doing and what parts of DFK he's getting involved in and how he's getting involved. And fortunately for DFK community, he is really getting so into DFK that he's taking the time to look into things like the heroes and the pets and all this other kind of stuff. Whereas people like George have got so much other things going on and so many other things in their life, they don't have the time to look into the gameplay aspect or the hero value aspect and all. They're just looking at the token price. And if I was to look at this as a token price, it'd be like, now isn't the time to get into DFK. It's a bear market, token value is down, it doesn't look like it's popping, there's not a lot of hype about it and all this other kind of stuff. So I'm not getting in right now, right? And I'm not going to fault George for that, right? So what's it going to take for George to have his eyes pop open and it to grab his attention? Well, I think what might need to happen is once the game gets more playable, once people start getting in, and once we start getting back into a bull market and the price of some of these tokens do start taking off, then George is going to pop in here and then it's going to be on his radar and then he's going to be talking about it a lot more, right? So that'll be really good. But as far as being on a centralized exchange, I think what's going to happen is these investors that are getting into that centralized exchange, they're going to say, oh yeah, here's DFK. It looks like they're going to be a good thing. We're going to buy some tokens, and they're going to put their money in to a project that they might do their research a little bit more, just like you do research on a stock or Tesla, for example. You look at the fundamentals, you do research on the company, you look at the owner of the company and who's on the board of directors. There are very savvy investors who do the same type of thing with crypto projects, and you look at, who are the people running the crypto project? Who, what are their goals? What are they doing? And people could look into that and they could see, oh man, DFK is a solid project. They are building, they are doing all these things. I think this is a good project. It's super low prices right now on these tokens. I'm going to get in. And so you're on a centralized exchange and you've got these big whales that dump in a huge amount of money, but they're not interested in playing the game. They just want to pull out tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars of profit. Where's that profit come? That's our money. That's our money that we're putting in, and other future players that come in here. And when they take their profits, they're taking our money, right? It's coming from somewhere. Somebody's liquidity is going in to become someone else's, I'm taking this out for profits, right? That is the way it works. And so these people that are putting that much time and energy, they're not going to be putting in millions of dollars to lose that. They've got their mind set on how they're going to make this play. We're going to put it in here when it's low, and then as the price starts to pump and as the game really takes off and as PvP comes out and all this other stuff comes out and more players get on and people like George start talking about it again, and then there's this massive hype and people start jumping in and everyone's super excited about DFK, that's when, just like Brown Gent says, when it spikes up, he pulls out profits. That's what all of these other whales are going to do as well. They're going to pull out their profits. All right? And so how does that help us? Right? How does that help us? From the whales putting it on that centralized exchange, and then pulling out all that liquidity, because they're not in here to play the game, they're in here to make a profit. Why are you investing money in a centralized exchange? To pull out profits, right? I do agree that getting on a centralized exchange gets more eyeballs on the project. I absolutely agree with that, right? But I don't know if those are the eyeballs that we really want. And so I'm mixed. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be on a centralized exchange, because I do think, totally agree, that that'll bring in a lot more eyeballs. But I'm not fully convinced that those are the eyeballs that we want investing in our property or in our project, where we know that they're not even going to play the game and they're going to pull out their money, and they're only putting in money so they can pull out more later, right? It's the only reason. Anyway, yeah, Grady, your video was video and all your points were spot on. Yeah, I do agree. Grady had some amazing points, and like I said, if y'all have not watched his video, absolutely go check it out. I'm just barely touching the surface for a couple of the topics, but for the most part, I do also agree with Grady. Certainly, Grady's point about being on a centralized exchange gets more eyeballs, absolutely does. Absolutely does. Being on the show like Next Crypto Gem is good. I absolutely think it's good too. The timing of those things and are those the eyeballs? Those are things that I would want to have maybe a round table. Like maybe we should sit down with a group of us and actually have a discussion. And I think that's what Sargent show is great for, is kind of a round table and I get ideas on that from more stuff, more people. X says, I have a couple of waifus using 300 heroes for questing and leveling, and I don't upgrade them if it isn't critical. Okay, so you just leave it like it is and just go. Okay. So that does make it a little bit easier. I think recently, though, at least for me, my perspective of waifu over the last like 2 or 3 months specifically has been the upgrades have been things like we weren't able to do certain types of questing in Serendale, and now we are, so we need to upgrade. And then, oops, I left off a certain parameter, or there was a word in a parameter that didn't make sense, so you got to do another upgrade to do that. And now we have ability to do something else, and so I feel, maybe it's just my own personal feeling, but of the last 5 upgrades, I think 4 of them, or at least 3, have been critical. Don't get me wrong, I use DFK Helper religiously, can't go back. Yeah, absolutely. I think using multiple types of bots is great, and I think different bots can be used for different purposes. I'm just, yeah, and I don't want to down talk waifu. I think waifu is really good. Like I said, I've got 5 of them and I'm using them. I think it's great. What I am saying about that is that I feel a huge amount better in my current position of using DFK Helper, because it's allowed me even more freedom to go and do things, and even made me more money. So even when I'm running waifu bot DFK Helper, even though it's a monthly payment, I'm still actually making more than I'm paying out every month. And it's not just the stuff that waifu can do. I'm making more from the other things, from the duels and the buying and the selling of the items and the summoning and all that kind of stuff too. So there's a lot more that you can do. How does it make you more money than the waifu? Oh yeah, so just what I said. So with things like the summoning and the items, so like I've got buys and sells on certain items where I can, you know, buy low, sell high on some certain things. I've got the duels, which I'm not necessarily positive that this is making me a ton of money right there, but I have been starting to record the stuff from the duels specifically onto a spreadsheet. I need to analyze this, but if you look here at the last little bit, I seem to be winning. All these 10s right here are wins as opposed to the 1s, which are losses. And so it feels like I was winning quite a bit more than I was losing down here. And of course, those raffle tickets really come in handy when you're trying to get the stones and the gems and all this other kind of stuff that could be very beneficial, rather than having to pay huge amounts of crystal or jade for those stones, whatever, to get them to the raffle. So again, I'm sure some of y'all, Grady, you probably know more about that than I do, but I'd have to get some input from you and maybe some other people. But my first bit of analysis, and as I start to analyze this, I feel like DFK Helper is going to just bring in so much more, and this is just from the duels, as far as, not to mention all the other stuff that it's doing also. Let's see. Sergeant says, great stream, Grady. Great stream, Grady was very much on point. Yeah, absolutely. Grady's always on point, guys. Okay, let me catch up a little bit. I know that y'all have been talking, and I have been totally ignoring chat. Pirate Quester has been great. So, Umfreak, I need to look at Pirate Quester. I haven't even looked at it, so I can't speak on that at all. I hear by a lot of people it's good. I don't know if anyone has really done a massive comparison with DFK Helper and Pirate Quester, but I'd be curious. Yeah, 3 of Ox and a lifetime. Well, that's great. I think that's good. And I definitely, personally, am more interested in a one-time fee than a monthly fee. But I guess it also depends on what it can do, right? So I'll need to look at that. Sergeant says, I don't think anyone was truly against this sex listing. I do know, however, that some people aren't as enthused. Now, I honestly believe the guests were trying to provide an unconventional take for argument's sake. That could be. So one of the things I love about Sergeant's show is I've been thinking about if I'm ever invited back. And Sergeant, that's not to say you should invite me back. Do what you want to do. I love watching your show. I don't, it's not that I don't enjoy participating in that, but sometimes I don't feel like, sometimes I don't feel like I'm the best one for that type of thing. I think there's a lot of other people that have a lot more to offer than I do for a lot of things, is I guess the way I feel about it. So do not feel bad about not having me back. And any of that kind of stuff too, right? So, but I guess what I would say is, if I am ever back on there for some reason, again, that please don't invite me on just because I'm saying that, because I've got so much other stuff going on in my life right now. I don't want to be obligated to that at the moment. But I would like to get on maybe at some point in the future. Anyway, right now, but if I do ever get on, one of the things that I thought about was doing like a devil's advocate type of character. Like I felt like it might be kind of fun to play a controversial character, like purposefully to stir things up. And so I feel like when I watch your show, Sergeant, that there are people that are already doing that when they're on there, which has kind of excited me for doing the same type of thing. It's like, man, do you really feel that way? Or are you just saying that to stir up some controversy and all this kind of thing? Matty Pest comes to mind for a few things, and maybe he does fully believe every single thing that he says, but there's a couple of things that he said that specifically has kind of struck me as maybe he's specifically trying to spin up a little bit of drama or excitement for the show and all that. I was like, that's cool. I really kind of admire people for doing that kind of thing, spinning up a little bit of controversy or something fun, making the show a little bit more fun, where you've got some alternate views that might not be taken as or not accepted very well, but still presented on the show, and then just played through that. I think that would be kind of fun to do. So it made me kind of think, well, maybe the next time I get on, I want to take some very controversial points on it, even though I don't believe it, but I'll just play that on the show. Yeah. Well, let's see. Maybe that people want to get more as Duel than they can before. Maybe that people want to get as more Jewel as they can before crowd. I think what you mean by that is that there are some people that just want to stock up on their Jewel before the big crowd gets in. Yeah, I think that there are always going to be people that want to do that. And if you're saying that that's a reason that you wouldn't want to get on the show yet, or you wouldn't want to be on the centralized exchange yet, man, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I can definitely see that there are people. I remember, this reminds me of Sargent. I think it was you, Sargent, or maybe it was Zabu or somebody, was almost actively trying to say out loud, like in a Discord chat or something, that they were, I don't want to say happy that something was delayed, but something got delayed, and we were kind of saying, it's not that big of a deal that it's delayed or whatever. And somebody had mentioned that, oh, it gives me more time now to stock up on whatever it was. I was like, yeah, that's a really good way to look at it when we've got things that are a little bit more delayed, because yeah, you can stock up more on those things before something comes out. Like maybe it was egg hatching, or I forget what it was right now that we were talking about, but stock up more on those eggs, or stock up more on the tiers or the heroes, or just whatever it was that we were talking about. But yeah, it's a really good way to look at it, and some people would like that. But I think that's, I don't know, man. I don't know if somebody would, I guess there's different type of people, and I can't speak for everybody. I'm just wondering if I personally would want to, like, how long would I want to delay Jewel from shooting to the moon? If I was, because every month I could put in a couple $100 into DFK, like every month, like into infinity almost. So if I'm saying, oh man, if we just wait another month for that to happen, I can put in an extra $100. Oh, if we wait just another month, even past that, I can put in another $100. Ooh, I can even get more Jewel if we wait till July to put it in. Or, oh, if we wait till November, I could even have several $100 more in. And so, how long do you push that back before you finally just say, well, hey, let's actually either shoot it to the moon or make progress? And then are there people out there that would actually sabotage, and maybe sabotage is not the word. Are there people out there that would actively promote or demote something so they can get their bags of Jewel fattened up first? Man, that seems a little creepy in a way to me, or creepy isn't quite the right word. That seems a little harmful to the community in a way, or that type of mindset, or somebody that would think that way. But I mean, I guess there could be people that think that way. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, if we are getting delayed for whatever reason, or if we're not getting on the show, or we're not into the centralized exchange yet, then absolutely now is a great time to get fatten up your Jewel bag. So I definitely agree with you on that. Sergeant says, I'm on that boat. I could stand to accrue. So here Sergeant says again, even although it might have been Sergeant that I had seen even before, just with that same mindset of, liking, being okay with the delays, because you can stock up more. I'm totally on board with that too, right? Yeah. So I don't think it bothers too many of us to be a little bit more delayed. The problem I think that Grady's talking about is when there are people that might take like an active negative role to hamper getting on a show, or hamper getting on an exchange, purposefully to suppress the market for a longer period of time so they can get more bags of Jewel filled. That's where I think, I might agree with Grady that I don't think I would want to see that in community members, where community members are purposefully oppressing or suppressing the progress of DFK for their own gains of that kind of thing. And Sergeant, I'm not suggesting that you're saying any of that at all, right? You're just happy-go-lucky, and you're saying, hey, in the same boat, you can accrue more now. Yeah, that's all you're saying. But I'm wondering if there are people in the community that do think that way. that might not necessarily be a good way to think. But then also, Sargent says, with that said, I'd be foolish if I didn't want it listed on an exchange. Yeah, I think I talked about centralized exchange enough already for my viewpoint on that. I can go either way. I don't think the show goes live until late summer or fall. Yeah, that's an interesting point, Grady. But I think one of the things, I don't know how many people were aware of that. Like, my impression, just watching your show the other day, was that my impression was that that was something that was coming up like soon, like in a week or something like that. And if that's the case, maybe people like me weren't aware, didn't know that it was going to be that far off. Maybe that would change other people's opinions. And of course, I didn't even know that this was a thing until I saw your show last night. So I didn't know anything either way. Sargent says, if by the summer or fall we don't have something to show, we may have other problems. And that is absolutely true, right? So now that I know that the show is going to be out in the summer or fall or something like that, then man, yeah, if we don't have PvP by then, oh man, I mean, I'm still going to be bullish on DFK most likely. I can't imagine right now that I would ever feel that, I mean, certainly there are things that could happen. The team could oddly go off on some weird direction that I totally disagree with, and that I feel like I can't support and I have to pull out and never deal with again. But I just can't imagine that, right? And so I'll be here. I'll be here whenever. And so if it takes them a year to come up with PvP, I guess that's what I'm saying to wrap that up. I'll still be here. But yeah, it probably will indicate that there's some other problems and some big issues. And I would be more concerned. And man, that would be rough. And the ecosystem is, if the ecosystem is more fragile than we realize, the longer we stay microcap, the more, and I agree with that too. So this was a good point that Grady was pulling up. Let's something of competition coming soon. Let's more of the competition start to build up, maybe. I think, is that what you're trying to say? So yeah, so this is something that Grady has a point on that I absolutely 100% agree with, and that is, DFK a year ago was like a leader in the pack of a lot of things, right? They were one of the very first games, if not the very first, that was on multiple blockchains. Somebody could argue that other chains had been doing things with maybe multiple blockchains. Like, I remember I was really into Sandbox at the time when I was getting to DFK, and Sandbox was moving. They weren't doing multi-chain, but they were moving from the Ethereum blockchain over to the Matic blockchain. And so it wasn't anything radical that games were on multiple blockchains. But the difference there being that Sandbox was not trying to remain on Ethereum. It was just actually trying to move over, because Ethereum gas fees were like $50 per transaction, which is crazy when you're trying to play a game. And Matic and of course Polygon was a lot less expensive and easier to use and stuff. So they were moving, and they were not going to be on Ethereum anymore. So DeFi Kingdoms was early on, like, trying to be multi-chain, which is just fantastic. And of course, there's a lot of other aspects that DeFi Kingdom, and of course the depth of gameplay that we saw from DeFi Kingdoms, and what the plan was, and what the plan still is, and the level of depth is just crazy in a really good way. And so that was super inspiring, and there's just so many ways, even right now, even without like PvP and PvE, there's still so many ways to make money at DFK. It's like a cornucopia of potential profit and realized profit also. Not just potential, but people are realizing some profit, even in a downward market right here. You hear Brown Gent talking about, even in the down market, he's making money and stuff like this. So it's insane. And he's not the only one, right? I would say I'm making a little bit, but I'm not making enough to speak about. And some of the things like this Duels, I even have to wonder if this was profitable or not. But I think Grady has a really good point. If the ecosystem is as fragile and if things are taking longer, and if DFK team cannot get there fast enough, we're now, and of course there have been lots of reasons that there have been slowdowns, having to move off of Harmony over to another blockchain, and moving away from Harmony has slowed things down, and all that kind of stuff. Of course, the bear market hasn't helped, and just a lot of other things have come into play. But it is possible for a AAA game company, and I'm thinking of Gala Games right off the top of my head. If Gala Games comes out with a Heroes of Might and Magic as an example of a crypto game that, like I said, for the last couple of weeks, I've actually taken my time and money to go, and it hasn't been, I haven't spent a huge amount of time on this game, but I did spend a little bit of money, and I did spend a little bit of time when I could have been doing DFK stuff, and I wasn't. And so if there was a AAA game company that has hundreds of developers and artists and musicians and all this kind of stuff that can knock out a fully complete game, and I don't want to say fully complete, if they can knock out a game that's fairly playable in a short amount of time, then it is possible for somebody else to like take the initiative, or what's the phrase, the leader's position. And man, I'm at a loss of words more and more these days, it seems. But that first steppers initiative, I forget what it is right off the top of my head, but y'all know what I'm talking about. The person who makes the move the first, or does that first, kind of gets an initiative and an advantage, and can more easily hold on to that, right? And so if somebody else does that, then yeah, and every year that goes by, or every 6 months that goes by, there is more game competition. And even that YouTube thing that I pulled up right here is a great example of this. Look at all these games that are out there, and that Crypto Stash is talking about here. And every 6 months that goes by, there's going to be more and more and more games that DFK is going to have to compete with, right? And so these first movers, I guess first mover advantage might be the term that I was looking for. I don't know if anyone put that in chat yet, but I think that's the word that I was looking for. So as every 6 months, more and more games goes out, and you know, that's a potentially big issue. So yeah, we absolutely need to get on the ball and make a move there. I think we'll be on the show. Awesome, that's good. I'm glad that we will be on the show. My take is that you build PvP not to bring the people, but to keep them here. So you build PvP to bring the people, not to keep them here. You bring the people via other means. Maybe. You build PvP to keep them, not to bring them. I think some people would absolutely feel that same way, right? I think some people would stay for a really good PvP and stay for a good game, right? And that will definitely keep the people here, absolutely. If you've got a good game for that. But I also think that PvP is actually going to bring people too. I think the fact that it's a crypto game and people can make money is going to bring people as well. So when you start thinking about that, I kind of start thinking about, of course, people like lots of different games, and so not everyone's going to like the same type of game. So whatever PvP turns out to be, it's going to retain some people, and whatever it turns out to be, it's probably going to bring in some number of people as well, right? whatever it turns out to be. But just like DeFi or even Axie or some of these other games on the screen right now, there's some aspects of these things that will bring in people. There are some aspects of these games that will retain people. And I think that some things like PvP could do both. But you are right that if we don't have a good PvP, what's going to keep them here? And I mean, anyone could argue that some people will stay just for the garden investment and the gains from the gardens. Some people could enjoy just the hero summoning aspect of it and just do that. In fact, my sister is really hyped up on doing the summoning matching and like the gene aspect of the game as well. Something kind of enticing her more than anything else. I doubt she's going to be a big PvP player, although she did love World of Warcraft and she played in some teams on that for many years. And so maybe she could get back into something like that as well. I'd love for her to get more into DeFi Kingdoms on a more regular basis, but at least right now I seem to have gotten her a little bit interested in the thing. So there could be multiple things. I don't think that gene splicing, if you want to call it that, or working with the genes on the heroes would actually bring people into the game, although it does seem to be bringing my sister in, I guess, since I've talked that up so much. But I think one of the biggest things that's bringing her in is being able to do that and make money. So it's the fact that she can make money doing that. And when she looks at some of these high-priced heroes, these mythics and even legendaries, and the fact that you've got, you know, mythic dread knights and so on, and how valuable they are, I think that is the biggest thing that's enticing her. So it's the money-making aspect of it, whether it's PvP or heroes. So making money is something that does bring people in. We have to keep in mind that more than 50% of the people that come into the space are probably not going to be making money, right? They're going to be losing money or spending money on a monthly basis. And so I think PvP is probably going to have to keep people in, right? And not just bring them in, because if they start losing on PvP on a regular basis, it's going to have to be fun and they don't mind the losses, right? But in that particular case, I mean, how often do you want to keep losing before you give up on something? So in that particular case, I'm not even sure that PvP is going to keep a lot of people either. Like when I think about DFK Arena, right? How many of y'all remember DFK Arena? I know it's still around. And so, I'm off on another tangent and I want to try to get out of here, but y'all are going to get a few more minutes of me, I guess. So when I think of DFK Arena, I think of this first PvP type of game that we had, and it wasn't really very well balanced. And I remember that I was really excited about making some money. Again, it was the money aspect of it that brought me in with the gardens. It was the money aspect that was, you know, doing stuff in the other parts of the game. It's the money aspect of DFK Arena. And for me, there's a huge amount of aspect of this that's about making money. And certainly there could be a corner that's turned at some point where instead of pulling up or instead of going out and repaying for and downloading Heroes of Might and Magic just because I want to relax and play a fun game, I'm honestly hoping, beyond all hope, not beyond all hopes, but I'm hoping more than anything else that DeFi Kingdoms actually becomes that fun game that I don't even look at Heroes of Might and Magic anymore, but I say, you know, I'd rather just sit out and chill with DeFi Kingdoms, and it doesn't matter to me if I make money or not, right? Because then you know you've got a winner of a game, and then that's going to retain the people, right? So Heroes of Might and Magic came out in 1999, and there's still a huge amount of people. I was surprised as I was starting to get back into it, but I actually looked around at YouTube, and there's a huge amount of people still making videos today about Heroes of Might and Magic and strategies of Heroes of Might and Magic. And this game came out in 1999, right? And people are still making mods for it. there are some developers that are still developing modifications and upgrades to that. It's like, oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Right? This is 24 years later. Heroes of Might and Magic is still, and I'm specifically talking about Heroes of Might and Magic 3, right? Right? That has all the stuff. But there are other, like, I think we're up to Heroes of Might and Magic 10 in the series, or the collection of them. But I'm specifically talking about number 3. I don't know how the others play out. I'm not interested in even looking at the other releases and the other versions of the game, because I have played other games, like I played Ultima series in the past where I liked Ultima 3. It's interesting that it's the third one as well. Maybe it takes 3 versions before they really get good, but whatever the case is, I really liked Ultima 3 as well. I tried to play Ultima 2 and I didn't like it quite as much. It wasn't quite as sophisticated. And then I tried Ultima 4 and I didn't like that one either, because then it got there was too much micromanagement in with Heroes 4. And so Ultima 4, there was too much micromanagement in that one. And so it turns out that Ultima 3 was really a massively fun game for me. And so I haven't even bothered at Heroes. I think I've played Heroes 2 once or twice. And I think Heroes 3 was a little bit more detailed, which I liked. And I don't think I've ever even looked at Heroes 4. But so the point that I'm getting at is that game has been going on and there's still a thriving community around it 24 years later. So if we can get that type of thing into DFK, I think that would be fantastic. But the thing is, I don't care about making any money in Ultima or Heroes of Might and Magic or any of these other types of games, Forge of Empires, that I was playing for several years and paying hundreds of dollars every month to play. And we need a game like that where people are playing and something keeps them here, where they don't even care about the money. And right now, unfortunately, I think a lot of people wouldn't be here if there wasn't money involved, right? Before the game actually, we are DeFi Gamification Project. Yeah. And so that's a very interesting aspect. I think many of us are here for the money and the DeFi financial possibilities of this gamified project right here. Absolutely right. So the challenge is going to be, can NFT gaming and all this kind of stuff is really fairly new, where you're making money, or especially this much money, perhaps. Of course, there has been esports for a while where the top tier players are making money, and maybe that's what some of these things will turn into, is the top tier players will be the ones making money. And I'm fine with that too, again, as long as we have a super fun game. But I'm going to assume, and I don't want to burst anybody's bubble here, but I'm going to assume that anytime there's money to be made in something like this DeFi game here, DeFi Kingdoms, that probably only the top small percentage of people are actually going to make money. The rest of us are not going to make money, right? Or not enough to do anything. So those people that are really good are going to be doing the things that they need to do to make the money. And just like esports, there's going to be those top Dota players, there's going to be those top Fortnite players, there's going to be those top whatever, and they're going to be, and unfortunately, unlike Fortnite, that there's no real money involved, or a lot of these other like Dota and so on, the money is not attached into the gamification of a DeFi project. And so people can play games and they can have their esports and then they can win and all that kind of stuff. But since money is, and the financial aspect is kind of intertwined so deeply into this game, that I think that you're going to, Crypto Grady, rightfully so, says often that DeFi Kingdoms is crypto's best kept secret, right? And I think that once we break out of that mold, then, and there are huge numbers of more eyeballs back on the game. We're back in a bull run and so on. But I think that there's going to be so many high-level players that come in and are trying to make money in the space that unless you are one of those top-tier players, and that's not to say that none of us here in the space are. I think there are several of us in the space that will probably continue to thrive in DeFi Kingdoms, and certainly instantly what comes to mind is third-party developers, so people like Zellies and Coolio who are making the apps, and even Adventures in DeFi Kingdoms and Fight Club who are making those third-party tools and games and stuff like that are going to continue to make money in the space. The players, though, right? There's only going to be very few players that are making money, and I think those players that are making money are going to be those players that really are deep, like maybe WoW-y, and those people who have deep insights onto certain things, perhaps, and the fact that he can look at these heroes and maybe make good speculations on this, or even people like Mythic Squad who are doing these deep dives into the hero genetics, and they're really spent a lot of time and energy and into pets as well. And all this kind of stuff. And people like Grady who are not only deep into that, but also have the money and the funds to have these huge armies of pets and heroes and all this kind of stuff where they can draw from this massive pool. Those are the people that are going to do a lot better. And of course, now is a great opportunity time for those of us that aren't, and I wouldn't classify myself as being someone like that, but I do have a decent opportunity right now to get my foot in the door. And I think a lot of us out there that might not be that thinking about the game that deeply, or maybe not even as smart as some of these other people that are that involved. But now's a great time for us to get our foot in the door where we can build up. And so I would say having, building up your stock of heroes, building up your stock of items and gold and tokens and jewel and eggs and whatever else is definitely going to be a lot better down the road. Let's see, many are holding Duel, waiting for the exit liquidity too. Yeah, I'm absolutely sure that. I'm definitely going to be taking profits, and I think all of us should actually, right? All of us should be taking profits when we have the next rise and the next bull run. Some people might be looking to totally get out, and of course it's anyone's right to do so. I'm really hopeful, and actually from what I see from the developers and the game itself, this could easily turn into something like, again, I keep coming back to Heroes of Might and Magic again. This stream seems to be kind of doing a little bit of comparison there, but I do think that there's a lot of similarity or parallel, like a parallel way to think for some of that stuff. And so I'm hoping, and I definitely see similarities with what DeFi Kingdoms can or is trying to become in a way that parallels Heroes of Might and Magic and a lot of other games too. But that it could be a game, DeFi Kingdoms could be a game that is viable 24 years, 25 years into the future. And people are still making additions and upgrades and mods and all that kind of stuff too. And that is super exciting. So I plan to be here for a long time. And especially if it's as fun and I can just sit out and chill. I don't even need to be making money necessarily. Let's see. Most important thing is a fun game. Absolutely agree with that, Zabu. Most important thing is a fun game. Oh, am I that far behind? All right, let me just catch up. Let's see. So there will be a time to take some profit. Absolutely there will be, Orist says. Let's see. Sergeant, I used to do Pirate Quester. Simply put, it's a auto quester almost exclusively. So it's not doing like the duels. It's not doing all that kind of stuff. So in that aspect, if it's not doing duels, if it's not doing summons, if it's not doing all that other kind of stuff, then even though I still would want to take a look at it, I'm just not sure that it's going to be as profitable. Let's see. Good sir, when you're invited back, door's always open. Yeah, don't worry about that. Just take your time. I'm enjoying watching your show. Other people, I've got so much stuff to do, but eventually I'll be ready to get back in there. And please ask me to come back anytime you want to. There just might be some times. In fact, I think, Sergeant, I think you sent me a message about something that I haven't even, I apologize. I have not even looked at Discord in weeks. And Sergeant, I think you might have sent me a message on Discord. I haven't even looked at it other than just to see that you sent me a message. So I apologize for that. I've just been too out of it. Let's see. So if it's anything important, I probably missed it, or I'll get to it soon. Need to set up PyRequester. Yep. Auto duels is planned also. Okay, so it looks like more of these tools are going to add more stuff, and that's good. Eric's here. Hey, how are you doing? Eric's here. That was a few minutes. Oh man, that was 30 minutes ago that you said that. Hey, Eric's here. How are you doing? 30 minutes ago. Problem is, if we wait too long, it may be too late. I agree with that. If we wait too long to get on, in the public eye. But the thing is, I don't feel that, well, I shouldn't say that. I'm happy for us to get on TV shows and in centralized exchanges today, right? I don't know how much I'm not sure, if it happens, I'm okay with it. I'm not sure if I'd want to push it too much, because I think that if PvP is coming up in just a couple of weeks, I would rather wait for that, I feel. But I do agree, if we wait too long, then all these other things are going to pass us up, and that would be bad. So there is a first movers advantage. That's it. Crypto Grady has it right. First movers advantage. Team really need to under promise and over deliver. Yeah, I agree with that. And I don't know if they are doing that or not. I mean, we are all super hyped up, and we've got our eyeballs glued to DFK 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, it seems. And so we are anticipating, and time sometimes seems to go by fast, sometimes slow. Maybe it feels to some of us that, we've been waiting forever for this certain thing to come out, but it seems at the same time that the dev team is so actively putting new stuff and content out that it's very strange that PvP seems to be taking forever, but yet we're still getting all kinds of updates on almost a weekly basis. And it's just, the team itself is doing crazy good stuff. Yeah, I do feel that if they're over-promising and under-delivering, that isn't going to be necessarily good. But we just need to have more patience for a lot of this stuff. It'll come. And that's, I guess, maybe another reason that I'm not overly excited for, or not, excited isn't quite the right word. I'm not pushing too much to get on a TV show today necessarily, but I do think that it would be really good. And even if we did get on one today, then yeah, it'd bring in more eyeballs. I don't feel like we are seeing PvP is Q3. I don't feel like we are seeing PvP is Q3 like they said. You're not talking about Q3 this year, you're talking about Q3 last year, I think. I think they were saying Q3 of last year was originally when it was going to be, and then it got pushed back, and then it got changed, and then into something different, and they said, well, let's add more to it. Yeah, so yeah, I think we already have lost patience. I fear some will have a bit annoying. Yeah, so yeah, there are absolutely people that have lost patience, and this is another reason why maybe it's not fantastic to try to get onto the centralized exchange and the TV shows right now. Again, if it's coming out, if the TV show thing's coming out in 6 months, that's totally different. But maybe it's not overly, maybe it's a good thing that we haven't, because again, if you have 100,000 people that come and look at this, and then 100,000 people lose patience, then just like George, perhaps, he's willing to take a quick cursory glance at it again, but he's not going to hop into it right now, even though we are still plugging away, just because he's already, you know, tried it out. And I think there's a huge number of people, like there are games that I've played. And if I look at this, I haven't played most of these. I think I played Blankos for like a day. I think, or maybe I didn't. Maybe I just watched someone play it. I forget. Maybe I did play it for a day, or I don't remember. And so there are some of these games. Townstar, I played Townstar for a month before I even started Sandbox. It was like Townstar was the very first NFT crypto game that I ever played. I played it for about a month before I found Sandbox, which I was then into for like 9 months before I found DFK. But there are games like Townstar that I've heard that Townstar has made some changes and is much better now. It's much better now from what I hear. But you know what? I've moved on. I don't even really care to go back to it. And so here's something that we need to think about also. Gala Games, which is I think Gala Games is a AAA gaming company. I could be mistaken on that, but whether I am or not, Gala Games puts out a lot of fairly good games from what I hear and what I see. And they have some really good devs, a team of devs that even was I think one of their lead developers for Townstar even created like SimCity or something like that. One of these really popular games. Again, do your own research and look that up if you need to. But the point that I'm trying to make is that they've got some really good games. If they're not AAA, if they're not actually AAA, they almost are. And so I got into Townstar, and it was decently fun. And it was something that I could have possibly got into a little bit more. But there were some quirks and there were some bad things about it. And ultimately, I moved away from that. And I found things that I thought were better, right? And I moved away. And just like even with Sandbox. Sandbox, I think, is fantastic. And if y'all have not played around in Sandbox, you definitely should for an hour or two. But ultimately, I ran across DFK, and I thought, well, DFK has more potential, and there's more fun things. In fact, Sandbox is very much like a sandbox. We still have to develop our own games on Sandbox. A lot of people are doing that, and a lot of the games that are being developed there are super fantastic and fun. I've even developed a game or two myself on Sandbox that I thought was fun. But I thought that the gameplay on DFK had a lot more depth and a lot more possibility. Not only financial possibility, but fun possibility to get in there. And also, I wasn't having to design the games myself. I was just able to get in here and play, I thought, with DFK. And I don't mind designing the games, but I was a little bit more interested in playing to earn at that time. And so I wanted something to play. So anyway, DFK seemed like it would be a little bit more fun and playable, and there was more depth. And so I moved away from, that was one of the reasons. It wasn't the whole reason I moved away from Sandbox. But that was one of the reasons that I moved away from Sandbox. And so here, when you're talking about people losing their patience, if we bring in 1 million eyeballs right now to DFK and we don't have something that's going to take a few more months for something to happen, there are going to be people that are less patient than us. I mean, we that are still here are super patient. But there are going to be people out there that are way less patient, right? They're going to give, like, just like I gave some of these games a day. And if a day, and I realized, this isn't quite as fun, or this isn't very fun, or I don't want to put up with this, then I left, and I haven't been back. And even though Townstar says that they have made some big improvements, not only do they say it themselves, but there have been other videos that I've seen, I'm not going back. I'm like, I feel like I've been there, I've done that type of mindset, maybe, which might not be good. There are some things that maybe a year later I've gone back to, and it's like, oh wow, I'm glad I went back to that. Or even here as a great example of Heroes of Might and Magic. I played this so much decades ago, Heroes of Might and Magic, and I haven't played it for years. but it was actually something in DFK that made me think, oh man, I miss Heroes of Might and Magic, because there was some things in DFK that kind of sounded like and reminded me of Heroes of Might and Magic. So I said, you know what? I miss it. DFK isn't really a playable game like this right now, and I want to play this game. So I paid for and downloaded and installed Heroes 3 again, and been playing that for a little bit, the last day or two. All right. And so there are people, and so I did come back. I guess what I'm saying there is I did come back to Heroes for a little bit. Of course, I'm not planning to stay playing Heroes of Might and Magic very much, but it did give me a little bit of something to do for a few days. Right? And so it's possible that somebody could come back to DFK a year later, 2 years later, but I don't think that that's what we want. I think we want to have a really good game first, right? Before we start getting in front of too many eyeballs. As long as the team keeps grinding and the ecosystem is growing with the hype, the delays will be fine. Man. So there will be some amount of delays are fine, but like I just said a minute ago, there are people that have a short attention span, and if it's not fun today when they see this, and if we get listed on a centralized exchange, and so 100,000 people come and check us out, and it's not that fun today, right now, then they might say, well, I'm fine keeping my money in the centralized exchange, and I'm making some money off this, but I'm not going to play in the community. I'm not going to play in the ecosphere. I'm not going to play the game. And then it might take them a long time before they go back and even look at it. Like I said, I don't even care that I hear that Townstar is better. I'm not even taking the hour to go and look at it again, even open it up, right? And there might be a lot of people looking or feeling the same way. In fact, maybe that's even why Harmony has so much total lock value that still hasn't been played with. Those people got sidetracked or discouraged or found something new that they're doing with their time, and they don't even care to open it up again. I'm not even going to open up DFK again. So all those, like Grady was saying on the stream last night, tens of thousands of people had been in DFK, or the active wallets. I forget all the statistics that Grady said specifically, but there was a huge number of people in Discord and being active in Discord in DFK last year or the year before, and a huge number of people, or a huge number of wallets, even more wallets. And where are those people now, right? Where are those people now? So, you know, how many of them are feeling the same way about DFK that I feel about Townstar? I played it, it was okay, but it wasn't, you know, it wasn't particularly very fun, and now I found something more fun. And there are other people that have found more fun things than DFK, or what DFK was, you know, last summer, right? And even if DFK is better, right? Even if DFK is better today than it was last summer, or even when PFP comes out, to me, doesn't that seem exactly like what Townstar has happened? Townstar says they've improved and they've made lots of advancements and improvements, and I'm sure they have, and I even suspect they have, but I'm still not opening up Townstar again. And it's not because I have anything against them. I don't feel bad or hurt or anything about Townstar. It's like I found something more fun, and I'm doing things with my time, and my time is limited, and I've got things off of doing streaming that I'm doing, and then when I am going to do streaming, or when I am going to be playing something, it's probably going to be DeFi Kingdoms. So I'm not going back to Townstar. Maybe they feel the same way about other things, and so we've lost the opportunity. So all those people that were here, it's possible, just like Townstar has lost the opportunity with me because they weren't ready when I was starting to play, and so now I'm gone. I moved on to something else, probably permanently. And so what if there are people that feel the same way? Even if Townstar is a fantastic game, and I want to get that through y'all's head, even if Townstar is a fantastic game now, I'm not motivated to go back right now. So even if DFK becomes a super fantastic game, we've lost some people's opportunity, right? So maybe it is good to wait for some of that stuff until we're a little bit more ready, until we've got something for people to hold on to and for people to enjoy a little bit more. I'm not saying that we need to wait very long. I'm not even saying that waiting is good. I'm not even saying that we should wait. I'm just saying I'm not that opposed to it. The only problem is that the ecosystem isn't growing much, and even on that, the radar, it's not even on the radar. Yeah, and so that's part of the thing too. It's not growing very much right now, and there are people, as Zabu says, are going to lose patience even beyond this. And if I'm struggling to make money here, and it's not particularly as fun as Heroes of Might and Magic is, I mean, it might my attention might get pulled away, as it has for a couple of hours, to some other game that's not even a crypto game, right? So, yeah, you know. I'm thinking the crafting layer will significantly add to the DFK momentum. I agree with that. I think there will be a huge number of people that really get into the crafting layer of it. I'm actually looking very forward to that also myself, Eric's here. Now that I think about it a little bit more. When I played RuneScape, so I played RuneScape for several years, I guess old school RuneScape, or this was like in around 2004 or 5, I guess I was playing RuneScape. And my favorite thing, like the big thing that I was doing is I was mining ore or ores, I guess, adamantium or whatever those ores were, I forget, along with iron and mithril and some other stuff, whatever those ores were for that game. And my hero had a super high level in mining skill, and I was able to outmine a lot of other people. And I've told this story on stream before, and I'm already running like 2 hours past what I wanted to stream, so I'm not going to go into that story right now. But the point that I wanted to make is I found a lot of fun in like a side aspect of RuneScape that really wasn't too big of a deal. And I don't know even how many people had that as a main focus, like just like some crafting aspect. But for me, that was kind of like a mindless fun type of thing to do, and it didn't really take a lot of strategy necessarily, although actually from what I was doing there was some strategy involved. So because I had built up my character to be such a high miner, and I was able to outmine a lot of other people, I was actually able to turn that into like a side hustle, side business, where people were paying me, now not paying me real dollars, although maybe now in a crypto game I could make some side hustle money off of it, but people were paying me in game token, game gold or whatever it was, for mining stuff. So I would be there, I would stay at the mine. So my RuneScape server would never even leave the mines for hours at a time, and I just sit there mine all this stuff, and I would outmine all these other people. And then I had a friend of mine that would help stand off on the side, and I'd quickly hand off my goods to my friend, and then he would go and actually interact with the other people that were trying to mine. But I was so good, I wouldn't let other people mine some of these things, and so they would have to go and buy these stones through my friend, and we would make some profit off of that. And so anyway, yeah, there might be some fun aspects to crafting here in DFK that people might really significantly find is a lot more fun to them than even some other things. And of course, that's one thing I love about DFK is there's like so many different things that you can do, or either can or will be able to do, that it seems like almost an unlimited amount of potential, right? Or unlimited ways that you could have fun or make money. So really good. Stumposaurus says Ultima 4 was your favorite. I'll have to look at some YouTube videos for Ultima 4 to see what I think about it. I know so much about Ultima 3 because I did play for years and years back, many years ago, that even when I picked it back up, so I downloaded it a few days ago, and I think I played like 3 hours worth of it or something. And so a lot of it's kind of come back to me a little bit. And I'm not sure. I mean, if it wasn't Heroes 3, And I wouldn't even be getting into Heroes 3 if I didn't actually want to play a game like DFK, but actually play it. It's like I wish DFK was playable so I could actually play it right now. I've got to go to another game that's like 20 years old, 24 years old to actually play this fun game, right? But hopefully DFK will be that fun, playable soon, and then I can spend all of my time on it rather than having to go out to Heroes. Anyway, maxing out all the virtues, yeah, I'll have to take a look at that, but I don't know if I even want to look at it because I don't want to try to learn another game. I don't even really want to get back into these old games that I played in the past. I'd rather just stick on DFK, which is where I really need to focus anyway. And then kill the NPCs and lose it all. Yeah, yeah, that's fun. Something I like to do is I like to, it sounds like the same thing you're doing, kind of build up, like amass this huge army in the game, and then where you way outpower your enemy and then just go and smash them all the way down to like one city, and then retreat back and let him build back up, and then just do it again, smash all that stuff again. I don't know, there's something kind of fun about that, even though it's kind of mindless. Had a blast playing Ultima 4. Yeah, see, I tried Ultima 4, but there was too much like micromanaging that I remember from that. I mean, I can see how it would be fun, absolutely, but the game that I seemed to resonate a lot with was the Ultima 3 version. Same, played on the Apple IIc, nice. Hit those likes for improved DFK RNG odds. Yay, Sergeant. Thanks for suggesting people hit the like button. It was simple pulse check. I was wanting to make sure you were good. Oh, okay. That was the Discord message. Yeah, thanks. I am good. I've just got so much stuff off stream that I'm trying to do, and Zabu changes to Q3. Oh yeah, Q1 instead of Q3. Yeah. So I've heard, I guess on Grady's stream, it kind of sounded like what he was saying is maybe we're not going to get PvP in Q1 of this year, which is January, February, March, right? So we're almost halfway through February right now. So we've only got a month and a half in Q1. And I think what was hinted at then is maybe they're not going to be ready for PvP in a month and a half, another 6 weeks. Really? I mean, I don't know, and that's how much I've been away from the computer in the last couple of weeks, that I don't even know. I guess if y'all are saying it's going to be more than 6 weeks, if that's what y'all are hearing, wow. But and I'm fine with that. It's going to take longer, whatever. But yeah, I mean that's not really good for the. I mean, oh man, what if we were on a TV show 3 months ago? If we had been fortunate enough to get on a TV show 3 months ago, how long do you think that those people are going to stick around with what we've got today? Some people will, right? Some people like us that are here right now, we love what's here. And we are here 24 hours a day. We're all here for it. And there will be some people that stick around. But there's a huge number of people that aren't going to stick around for this. And so, just like I was talking about with Townstar, they had me for a month, but then I just don't have the time or energy to look back, and they lost their shot, right? Because it wasn't more fun, or it wasn't more financially rewarding, and those are part of the reasons I left Townstar, right? So, and I can talk quite specifically about that. So maybe one of the questions is, if I was in Townstar and I was there to make some money, and I had played SimCity before, which is kind of what Townstar is like, SimCity, I guess, with NFTs and whatever. And I used to play SimCity for several years as well. I really enjoyed that type of game, and building up your city and putting all that kind of stuff. Oh, you mean I can play like a SimCity type of game and I can make money? That sounds fantastic. NFT game, you bet. And so I jumped into that and was all ready to. I mean, I almost paid $20,000 for one NFT, like $20,000. I almost paid for one upgrade into Townstar that would have ultimately had a return on investment in, I think, about 3 or 4 months, right? Which is not any worse than like buying a hero today, right? If you buy a hero today and you send him out questing, you can make that return on investment in you know, a couple of months, right? Even though the heroes are a lot less expensive. But if you're talking about, you know, if you multiply that by what, several tens of thousands, I guess, or at least thousands, then, you know, I was hoping to quadruple a $20,000 investment into a $100,000 investment, you know, over the course of the next, you know, 6 to 9 months. But I'm glad that I didn't. In fact, the day that I was about to buy that Townstar NFT, the day that I was about to buy that, I was doing some last minute research into NFT gaming, and I did a YouTube search, or maybe a Google search, on what are the best NFT games, because I'm about to put down $20,000. If I'm about to put that much down, what are some options? What are some other NFT games that I should probably compare to see what they're like? And then that's when I found, overwhelmingly, people were saying Sandbox was the top best NFT project that was out there right then, the Metaverse project and all this kind of stuff, right? And this was in October of 2021. So this is when DFK was just starting up, right? So DFK was still a tiny little baby project at that time and wasn't nearly as sophisticated to get on so many people's radars. And so Sandbox, of course, was this big project. It had been out for, I think, a year by that time already, and had this massive thing. And so I did a whole bunch of research, and research after research, Sandbox was on top, and, you know, of all these things. And so I said, oh, if I'm going to put $20,000 down into something, maybe it shouldn't be Townstar. And so, like, the day before I bought that Townstar NFT, I changed my mind and went to a Sandbox. And I was really happy, because within 2 or 3 months later, after doing that, Townstar took a massive plummet. I mean, and it wasn't because of the economy. It was just the crypto economy or the bear market. It was just Townstar specifically had some issues as an NFT project, and took a massive plummet. And I was like, oh man, I just barely escaped that with my life. Talking about projects, you know, taking a big dump. And of course, then I guess Gala Games says, well, we don't want our Townstar project failing. And so many months later, they've come out and said, well, we've improved Townstar, we've made some changes, we've done all this other kind of stuff, it's better. But, you know, it doesn't matter if it is or not anymore. And so, again, I guess I don't want to keep harping on that same story, but I guess I do want to say, you know, when you take your shot, if you're getting something in Q1, if we run a TV show 3 months ago and people are still waiting, there are going to be some people that just aren't waiting, not willing to wait that long, right? Let's see. Of course, maybe we could just set it up so we're on TV shows every 3 months, and then it wouldn't really matter when those happen. That would be the better way to do it. Be on one of those shows every 3 months. Let's see. I think PvP is a flat experience. DFK takes a long time. Yeah, DFK overall, I think it's going to be years and years. In fact, I'm excited that it's going to be years in the making. And they're going to continue to expand and make mods and add-ons for years and years. Hopefully PvP and all this other kind of stuff will be a lot of fun and it'll be really playable. But I'm just super excited about the fact that they have said that in the ecosphere for DFK, they want it to be a living game. And of course, they went on to further say they're going to continue to make improvements and add-ons for years, right? And the community will continue to be a part of that as well. Let's see. What will really make DFK bloom is the flavor, a uniqueness feature like dungeon building. Yes, yes, yes. So one of the things that I would love to see from DFK, that Sandbox, I think, really has a massive advantage over, at least right now. One of the things that really gets people excited about Sandbox, and that Sandbox has such a big following, is that people like you and me can make the games in Sandbox. So Sandbox developers have developed a massively easy to use asset creator, so that the people like us, the streamers like me and Grady and Brown Jet and so on, can stream about this. And then also the viewers and the quote players or whatever can download a 3D asset creator tool that you can create an asset in 3D, which actually becomes an NFT for you. So you create an NFT, so you create your own NFTs as a 3D object that you can bring into a 3D multiverse world where you've got a 3D character running around, and then you can actually create the maps and the mazes and the games and all this kind of stuff. And it's a super easy tool. So again, the sandbox developers have created a super easy to use tool that helps us create games and like put down the land and the plants and the buildings and the spaceships and the game logic, where we want, you know, the monster to chase the player, or we want the monster to run from the player, and we want the player to be able to move around in this 3D space, and we want them to you know, have collisions with objects, and all this kind of stuff. And the logic of, if you press this button, the gate will open to allow you to walk through the gate, and all this stuff is built into this game maker where we can make the games. And so it's super easy to do. Anyone could do. You don't even have to have any game building experience to be able to do that. And so when I was doing sandbox stuff, most of my streams would be dedicated to teaching people how to develop these games. In fact, I even inspired many of the people in the sandbox community to get started and make their own games. And now, over the last year or so, when I have not been in sandbox as much or at all, I still have people from the sandbox community coming in and contacting me, and some of them even continue to say how much they appreciate me introducing them to the game maker and stuff, because now they're making, and Sandbox has what's called game jams, where people like you and me can create these little mini games where they can make where there's like a prize for first, second, third, fourth, and so on place prize for the best created games or whatever. And there are people making literally 10, 20, 30,000 US dollars of value paid out in sand tokens. But the number of sand tokens that are being paid out is still 20,000 US dollars worth, right? Which is crazy. And I'm not sure if that high amount is still going on today or not, but it's these massive amounts of money. And so people were paying that. I would love to see something like that in DFK. I mean, I'm happy to be a spectator and a player for devs that are making the game. But what I think would be much more sustainable is if the devs would give us the tools to create our own dungeons, to create our own maps or mazes or something. We're like, look at the map right here, and let's come over here to like Ogre Abroad has this little land plot right here. So let's say that on this land plot, again, if the DFK creators, and maybe it doesn't even have to be the DFK devs themselves, maybe it could be people like not DFK Arena, people like Fight Club and Adventures in DFK. They might be able to make a tool where we can create our own dungeon maps, dungeon crawler games, right? Where we can go in and place certain bits of logic, like once your person presses a certain button, then a certain gate opens, you can walk through or expose something else in the game to make the next steps. We as game or dungeon creators can go and place the monsters where we want to place them. And one thing that Sandbox does is those monsters that you place and create in the game are all NFTs that are part of the game, which of course you have to pay for to mint. So the game creators or are buying on the market these NFTs that they're placing in their games. And so it's another whole piece of the economy where you've got people out there like you and me creating a horse or creating a dragon or creating a sword or creating a shield, where they're creating that in these 3D tools, and then they're selling it out on the market for the game designers to go and buy the sword or the thing to put in their games. And then the sandbox provides a gaming sandbox or platform where those games that these people are designing can be easily monetized by the game designers who are purchasing NFTs from the NFT designers. And I think that if DFK could do something like that, and it wouldn't even have to necessarily be the primary developers, but even those, some of us in the community here, maybe we could build a tool where it allows others of us to create mazes and maps and dungeons to go and explore. Say, hey, I just created, could you imagine Zabu coming up and say, hey, Rock, I just created this new dungeon map. Can you go in and explore it on your stream? And I'll be like, oh, hey, Zabu, yeah, let me hop in. And so I come over here and I run my little hero up to Zabu's land, or some land where Zabu is maybe paying Ogre to have Zabu's dungeon incorporated into Ogre's land. So this is one way that Ogre makes money, is that he is renting out space on his land where Zabu can put a dungeon crawler that Zabu has created, right? And so Zabu, buys these NFTs from a market, and maybe Stomposaurus or Eric's is here, has created a dragon or a sword or a monster or a something that Zabu then buys off of a market, right? Zabu builds a dungeon crawler game from that, and then says, hey, Rock, can you go play this? And it costs 25 cents or maybe 1 jewel to go into the dungeon crawler game that Zabu has made. So, and from those payments that Zabu gets from people going in to play his game, Zabu makes enough money that he pays Ogre for the rental space of some access onto the game map to get into the game, right? Or to get into Zabu's dungeon. And if Ogre starts to charge more and more, as somebody said in real estate, it's all about location, location, location. So Ogre, being really close to to Serendale, says, you know what? My land is so popular now, I need to start charging more jewel for people to put stuff on my land. And so maybe Zabu says, oh, that's getting too expensive right now, so maybe I'm going to move over here to Xandor's stuff a little bit further away where I can afford. And so then if people really want to play Zabu's game, they'll have to walk all the way over to get into Xandor's land. But then Zabu, again, charges 1 jewel to play the dungeon crawler. People go in and they play, and as long as that's something that can be changed or modified or maybe randomized in certain ways, it could continue to be fun. But that is one aspect that Sandbox has, like the game creator aspects of it, that are then the tools that are super easy to use, that I think that DFK could really take a page from that book, right? And so here, when you're talking about people will love PvP, really makes DFK in favor, unique features like dungeon building will be an ad. So again, when you have the ability for us to create games and maps and something to send the heroes on, I think that is really when DFK will take off in a much more huge way, right? Because not only will there be a huge amount of people trying to make money from selling access to their games, right? How many of y'all would love to make money by creating a dungeon crawler game where all the tools to create are given to you? You don't need to know any programming. Just drop some monsters and some swords and some treasure and loot and maybe a little bit of game logic where, if a player touches a certain button, then the gate opens, just whatever it is. There's some game logic put into place. But if all that's put into place for you, and you just kind of tie in a little bit of this game logic and you drop some things on a hex grid as an example to create your game, I think that could be a whole lot of fun, right? And if y'all can make some money off of that, that would just be one more way for y'all to make money, or for us all to make money, right? And then how many people would want to design those swords and design those shields, and then you sell those on the market, right? And I'm talking about something even more than crafting. Crafting in DFK right now sounds interesting. You take the ragweed and you put a stone with it and whatever, and you create a certain type of weapon. But my understanding of that is that the DeFi Kingdoms team themselves are going to tell us the formulas. Like, you need a fish plus a piece of dirt equal, plus a tub of water equals this plant, or something like that, right? Or a piece of iron plus, going to a furnace and then doing something else with a hammer gets you a spear tip or something, right? But that's a little bit different than what I'm talking about, where we can actually, in an image editor, create the name and the price and the image of the items ourselves and incorporate those into the game itself, right? Or building the maps, right? And at least right now, it seems like PvE might be more like DFK team creates the map and the dungeon and the worlds, and we just live in it rather than us creating it. Bravo says, well, let's make DFK a playable experience. I agree with that. Let's see. Exir, totally agree. The vision for PvE Hubert has and his idea recently shared the AMA is really exciting. Definitely agree with that. Definitely more interesting to me than PvP. Yep, I'm a little bit more on the side of PvE myself, but PvP should still be fun, and I plan to have a lot of fun with it. Crafting is your heroes combine 3 Emberwood, 2 Basilisk Skies tiers to produce a mythic Shield of Disruption. Yeah, that's what I feel that their crafting is going to be. They're going to tell us the formulas, or maybe we're even have to figure out the formulas ourselves, which I think would be more fun. I don't know if the DFK team has already, what their idea is, but if they're hearing me, or if we can get something, I personally feel that it's going to be a lot more fun for us to explore as players, like mix things ourselves, and what does that come up with? And then for us to be surprised with the output, right? And then after a while, we'll make our own lists. Like, we'll have a sheet or a page or a service or something where we can go and look up, oh yeah, this plus this equals that, right? And then maybe at some point that could be incorporated into the game, or maybe it almost immediately should be incorporated in the game somehow, right? But I feel like, I hope we really have to explore to find those combinations. And again, getting something like 3 Emberwood with 2 Basilisk Skies compared to 2 Emberwood and 2 Basilisk Skies might give you something different. So can you imagine how many people are just mixing all these various random quantities of different types of things with that? And like, oh, look what I discovered today. I can imagine how much fun we would have. Or maybe we mix a few things and they turn out to be nothing, or garbage, or junk, or just a bucket of goop that's pointless, right? And it's like, oh, we're taking a risk mixing these things together, but kind of like mixing heroes together. You're crafting different items, and you could turn out with a gem. It's like, oh wow, look at this massive thing I created. Or with a crafting tree that you're building up. Like, first you got to have the iron, and you got to heat the iron with a furnace. You got to build the furnace, the furnace that heats to a certain temperature before you work with iron specifically. Maybe tin you can work with more quickly. And so you got to build the hotter furnace first before you can deal with the iron. And then once you have iron, then you do other things, and then you get steel. And from that, it allows you to create other things. And so I could imagine for months, perhaps, we would be experimenting with all kinds of things. I think that would be an amazingly fun adventure for a lot of us. That's the type of game that I love to explore as well, right? So I hope they don't just give us a flat list of like, oh, here's all the crafting table of everything, have fun. I hope that they don't do that. I hope that they just say, here's some crafting basics, have fun, and then we just get to explore and see what kind of things match up to make what over the next several months. A Rune of Essence, remember that, absolutely. PvP's been halted since 2022, quarter 3. Yeah, it's been a little halted. I wouldn't say halted. I mean, there's been progress, but we've been waiting for it for a while, right? Confirmed, hitting the like button works. Oh my goodness, by getting a 10 plus on a PJ Hero level up. Wow, congratulations on that. Well, if hitting the like button is going to get you PJ Hero level ups with 10 plus, I think that is the way to do it. Man, you know, maybe more y'all should try that. Let's see. Crypto Grady still in the house. Oh my goodness, Crypto Grady. A big part of recent delays is Clayton blockchain has thrown in a few monkey wrenches. Yeah, that's something kind of interesting also. They're now having to completely rework the professional 10 level questing. A couple of months delayed. Oh, a couple of months delayed now? That's what y'all are saying about being in Q2. Ah, see, I did not know that the changes in the Clayton blockchain, maybe I missed that on the last AMA. Maybe I didn't completely understand that. Maybe that was somewhere else. Wow. So that's a bummer. But, I mean, oh, wow. That really does also, man, I need to get off stream. I've been talking forever. This stream started off for me saying I just was going to stream for an hour. I just cannot stop talking. I think I want to talk about that tomorrow, but that's a really interesting aspect there. And I guess just to throw it out there, so maybe some other people can talk about it. Maybe, Grady, if you're going to stream soon or something like that, then you can talk about this as well if you want to. But I think the first thing that comes to my mind when I hear that Clayton blockchain has thrown in a few monkey wrenches, they're having to take a couple of months. What does that say about the fragility, is that a word? The fragileness of a game, right? Or a smart contract, a game, where if the blockchain themselves is making a change, could the blockchain, and let's take Clayton as a great example, that in other words, that DFK doesn't control. So DFK and the dev team control the blockchain for Crystal Veil, right? They control the DFK chain and the Crystal Veil chain, but they don't control Clayton necessarily. They do have some input, and they do have some, you know, they've got the ear of the blockchain developers and so on. So they might have things to say and they can give some input. But also then what about Matic blockchain or the Polygon blockchain or Phantom or whatever other blockchains that DFK goes into? So here's my thinking. Here's something that I didn't really think about too much, but I think Grady's comment here brings it to my attention quite readily. And that is, if blockchains are going to continue to make changes that can throw monkey wrenches into projects that already have something out there, right? Then is it possible that, or maybe it's not is it possible, but maybe the question is how often are we going to see instances where parts of our game break on various chains? Maybe Clayton one week, maybe Polygon or the next week, maybe Phantom the next week, or whatever it is. And I don't know if DFK chain would be subject to these same issues since the DFK team manages their own chain. But I wonder if like changes in the Avax, the Avalanche blockchain would cause problems with the DFK chain or not. I don't know about that. That would be an interesting question too. But if some of these other blockchains can make changes that interrupt or cause problems, man, it's like, and that here's the other issue that needs a complete rework and delayed for months. So imagine we've got a good viable game and it's playable and everything's happening that's fine, and then Clayton makes another change that breaks something in DFK for 2 more months, and they've got to rework something because Clayton blockchain, or whatever blockchain it is, has made a change that's broken something in the game. And as DeFi Kingdoms gets more complex, I could easily see, like, and especially as we get more and more smart contracts, right? As more and more smart contracts are trying to interact with the blockchain, and the blockchain is going to be changing or possibly changing like this, I could easily see how we might be in a perpetual state of something is broken somewhere, right? I don't know. I don't know what to think about that. Maybe I want to stick my head in the sand like an ostrich. I don't even want to think about that. But Grady has now put that thought into my head, and I'm not sure I'm ever going to be able to forget it now. So I'm assuming PvP is going to fall in April. Yeah, and I'm not overly worried about that. I'd like it soon. I'd like it tomorrow. I really would like it tomorrow. We've been waiting for a long time. But we've waited for a while. It seems that DFK team is continuing to put out some great new stuff. I mean, we're always getting new updates for things. And so I think now with power-ups, I haven't even played with power-up guys. I've not even played or even done anything with power-ups at all. In fact, I'll be honest with you, I don't think I've even seen the power-up screen. I think it's in the jeweler. Power-ups. Manage power-ups. I might have seen this, but I didn't do any more than look at it. So I need to really get on the ball with this. But what my point is that obviously the team is still making fantastic updates and additions, and there's really good stuff coming into play. So I think as long as they continue to do this, it's kind of fine. I mean, we really do need PvP. But I think some of these other things that are getting added in there are nice things that help out for to help us to realize that progress is being made, and there's becoming more and more opportunity to do things on a regular basis, right? So I think that's really fun and exciting as well, and a really good aspect of DFK. Right. Let me see here. Oops. That's not what I wanted. Let's see here. Okay, so PvP is looking like May or June. Grady says possibly April. Currently 1 week per class. It's 1 week per class tree, it seems like. Okay. At that pace, it seems like that's the timeline. Hopefully faster, but giving them that time frame, yeah, it's fine. Like I said, I'd rather have PvP sooner, but I don't think any of us here in this space are gonna, keel over and die if we don't get it for a couple more months. It just gives us more opportunity and time to do other things, and as long as we're seeing some other stuff, I think we're okay. But it does mean that other players might, that are really looking for a fun game, might actually go somewhere else to play something. They can start with just the basic classes. Well, that is true. So I would love, some people have a difference in opinion on this, and I don't think there's any wrong or right answer to this necessarily. I think some people might disagree with what I'm about to say. Some people might agree. But I personally think that it's better, and maybe it's also from a programming or production mindset that I have, where in open source software, there's a mindset of release early and release often, all right? And so that is, don't wait until you have a complete project before you release something. Release a little bit of it early, enough to like play around with it, and then continue to add on and add on and add on. And actually, I think that's what the Web3 space, or at least it seems like the Web3 space and the crypto space and DeFi Kingdoms is actually already doing, right? They've released something that didn't start off to be a game at all. And over the last couple of years, they've been, so they released early before they had a finished game. And then now that we see them releasing often. So they a little bit of update here, a little bit of update there, a little bit of update there. And so that's a mindset that I firmly believe in myself. And so even if they do the same type of approach with that Crypto Grady's saying here, they could start off with just the basic classes. I'm really more for that. So I think some people that I've heard in the past, when they were asked, should they release something early or should they wait? There was actually a more overwhelming number of people than I thought say, oh, we're patient, we'll wait till it's finished to release it. And I was like, what the hell are you talking about? I didn't say this out loud, but my thinking was, what the hell are you talking about? Because my mindset is, no, if you've got something playable right now, even if it's just a super basic thing, please release that so I can start having fun with that today. And then as you add more, let's add more onto it. But I don't need a completely finished game. I mean, imagine all of us right now, if they use that same mindset and they said, we're not going to release DFK at all, like zero of it, until we have a fully complete game, then we wouldn't have anything. We'd have zero right now. And I'm not that type of person, right? I'm not, that's not the mindset that I have. And that comes from other parts of my personality, perhaps, and other things I've done from the programming development side of stuff that I've been dealing with, and open source communities that I've been involved with for decades and decades. But some people really do feel like, I don't want a half-assed thing. And I'm not saying don't half-ass it, but I mean, it doesn't need to be fully playable before it can be released. Like, I would love to have us just being able to walk a hero on a map, even if it's just a flat ground with no terrain. Just can we have a flat map? And then if you need to add terrain later, then just add terrain later. And then if you need to add land ownership later, then add the land ownership later. And if you're going to add a monster on the land, then add the monster later. And if it's just a single monster to start with, add the single monster first, and just slowly build on. But, you know, give us something. That's what I would say. And so, kind of like Grady's little comment here, they could start off with just the basics. That's my personal belief. So I don't appreciate when people say, no, don't do anything, or don't release anything until the whole thing is done. I'm like, give me something now. But I do acknowledge that not everyone feels the same way I do. Some people don't want something that's released too early, and I don't even care if there are bugs. I mean, as long as I'm not losing money, as long as I'm not losing cash, like something happens where my crypto falls off into a void, as long as that kind of thing isn't happening, I'm fine walking around with a circle icon on a green map terrain. Just give me something. That's fine for me to start off with. Right? But I could easily see that some people would say, no, you know, take more time and do something, you know, a little bit more. And whatever, it's going to be whatever it is. The developers are going to ultimately hear what we have to say, and then they're going to make a decision based on that. And I'm fine either way. I would prefer that we get pieces released as soon as they're available to be released. Let's see, I think professional level 10 questing will come this month, and I'm super excited about that too. So Grady, I heard a little bit about you talking about that on your stream, and that's amazing. Cannot wait for that kind of thing. And also there was some mention, I think, about pets being available, maybe even in normal questing, and I don't know if that's really a thing or not. It sounds cool. I don't even really know I mean, if it happens, great. I think we already all know that pets are going to be substantial. And I think that was your point in your video, Grady, also, is that pets are going to be even more highly sought after than even we think right now. And I think that you're right with that. I think that pets are probably even still today undervalued, and eggs and all that kind of stuff. It will cause them to develop better, so they are changing how they develop because it's better overall. Yeah, it has helped them for the DFK chain as well, so they've been reworking things. Oh yeah, so that's, yeah, maybe, I mean, if there's new like technology that comes out, or if there's a new, what's the word I'm looking for, epiphany, perhaps, if there's like an epiphany of, oh, this is a better way to do something, and so some other chain starts to work on that, and so then they say, oh, we ought to do this with the DFK chain also. Yeah, I'm all for that kind of thing. And those type of things are very interesting because we don't necessarily see those behind the scenes things quite as much, but they could have a much more significant impact on how we play the game or all that kind of stuff, even though we don't see it. Yeah, so I'm all for that kind of thing too. Crypto Grady says, yeah, power-ups are no-brainers. I'm sure you're right. I need to get in there. I need to look at power-ups. So maybe maybe someone will do some more videos on power-ups. Maybe I'll get on, well, I'm going to try to get on stream every day. Although, like I said, this stream I intended to be just an hour, and here I am, 4.5 hours later. But maybe when I get on stream tomorrow, I will just try to look at power-ups as a quick example. And you still get 100% of the interest? Yeah, absolutely. So busy right now. Kind of hope PvP is in a few months. Man, see, but I don't know how I feel about that kind of thing. So I know from some point of view, you could say, I don't have time to get to it now, so I hope it's a few months off. But what about everyone else who is ready for it? I'm not sure that I would personally want to hope for something just because I wasn't personally ready. But I know what you mean. I know what you mean there. I'm not ready for some things, and so I'm kind of happy that things are taking a little bit longer for some stuff as well. So that's another side. I'm super pumped for green eggs and Profession 10 level questing. Yeah, green eggs. Cannot wait for that. I heard that Risen was saying something about green recently, and it made some people think that green eggs were right around the corner. So that would be super exciting for us to have green eggs like this week or this weekend or next week. I would love for PvP beta to come out early with just the basic classes. Yeah, I would say even if it's just like 2 classes or even 1 class, heck, even just have even with like the graphics being like a dot or anything, right? Personally, I'm fine with that kind of thing, because even if I'm just looking at a dot and a dash as a thing getting shot across, or even a square getting placed on something for whatever it is, if it's, as long as it's starting to use the stuff underneath the scenes, like the genes and the traits, then some of us can start seeing, oh wow, this is what it's going to be like, and then we can start to plug that in. And then as you get the art for it, you just plug in the art. Oh wow, look at this, now we've got the art for whatever it is, or now we've got the art for this. And I think on a maybe more regular basis, because right now we're waiting months to get a whole drop of all the art at once, right? And that is going to be truly exciting. And there is something to be said for just having a complete, beautiful package dropped in your lap all at once. There is something to that. And I don't want to take away from the people who feel that that's a better thing to do. Just wait until the entire thing is ready, right? But at the same time, I think it's like Christmas coming every day, when you've got all these little drops that happen on a much more frequent basis. Like, imagine as soon as they finish, or as soon as they have a rough draft of like a pet, like a green egg pet, for example. Or I don't understand why we don't have green eggs. Is it because of something with I suppose it's nothing with the graphics, but probably something with the smart contracts that need to be worked out or something. And then if that's a particular case, then we need to wait on that. But if we're waiting on graphics or we're waiting on other classes to be done, then yeah, having a beta out where we can start to play around with something gives us some ability to start getting deeper insights into how those traits might be actually played. And even if they say, hey, this is a complete rough draft, don't focus on any of this because we're going to change it in a week. Even if they say we are going to change it in a week or 2 weeks, so don't get locked in, still gives us something fun to do and play around with. Again, I might be a little different in that, but I would love to see more things come out more often. It's my own personal opinion. And I know that there's several of y'all out there that agree with me, but there are also several people that would love to wait for a complete, comprehensive, beautified package dropped all at once. Both ways are nice, but let's see. Apex says, yeah, very minimal viable products. Yeah, smart thinking about just basic classes. I was thinking we're getting a beta test server, but they may put it on mainnet with basic classes. See, that would be awesome. Yeah. Have you thought about investing in a freaking NFT collection, like to launch your own collection? Have you thought about investing in a freaking NFT collection? Like launch your own collection. Have I thought about that? Yeah, on Sandbox. When I was on Sandbox, I thought about having a whole Rock 808 line of things. And eventually, I still do plan to do something like that on Sandbox. It would be cool if they would allow us to do something like that similarly on DFK, right? But I think it would be cool for those of us that are designers and developers to be able to incorporate like our own things into a game or gaming system. And those of us, well, I know how to program a little bit, and eventually I do plan to do some programming for DFK. But I guess for those people who don't know how to program, and even for me who I seem to be super slow at getting to anything because I'm doing a bunch of other stuff. But if it was super simple, so if like someone out there in the community would create tools to make it easier, like if I could just pull up a piece of graph paper, you know, like kind of like a spreadsheet in a way, and if I could just drop, I want a wall here and a floor here and a treasure chest over here, and I want, or let me pull up this as an example. If I could just pull up, or if I could just drop onto a map, if like some DFK developer made a tool where I could say, hey, I want to put a wall here and a treasure chest and something here and a path wherever it is. And then I could create that and then have players or heroes dropped into my game. Then I think that would be really cool and fun. And it would give us, again, another way to have fun and another way to potentially make money. We could charge for access to our games that we're designing. And then I think that there could be a whole, like in the Sandbox community, there are people now, since Sandbox has been doing this for like almost 2 years now, where they have developers like you and me who are developing games. Then there was a guy specifically like Game Dizzy who comes into our chat every now and then, who develops games, and he's got his own kind of brand. Or there's a guy, Touche, who is really into like mushrooms. He's got a whole mushroom website, even outside of Sandbox. He has like a cartoon, like an animated series with these mushrooms, these like psychedelic mushroom things. And even outside of Sandbox, even before Sandbox, he's had this cartoon idea with these mushrooms, and then he's incorporated that into Sandbox, where with the NFT designer, the graphics designer, the 3D tool, he's made 3D representations of these mushrooms that can now move around inside a world or a game that he's created. And then he's got this whole branding for this, it's called Fun Guys. In fact, let's see if I can even find it on the web real easy. Fun Guys, his name is Touche. Let's see if I can just find anything about him real quick. It's not X8. What's this? XX? Did I spell that wrong? I don't think that's how you spell it. Maybe I should even put, so this is it right here. He's got these mushrooms. So he's even got a whole NFT project. Oh, here's this. So he's got a whole thing of NFTs and even images, kind of like Waifu Bot has these waifu images that are in like 1,000 or 10,000 of them. He's got these fungi mushroom things, and he's got a social hub in Sandbox where people can go and meet and play around with this stuff. And he's even got this thing here, I guess, which we'll play just a little bit of it. Let's just jump ahead a little bit. And so he's got this nice little cute video, and he's got his, tailored, fungi. He's kind of an artist as well. So as you can see here in Sandbox, he's created this little world where he has gone in and created that kind of stuff based on whatever that is. And he creates these assets, and he sells these assets too. So these 3D assets in the 3D world. Well, how would we like that kind of thing for, oh, and speaking of games and stuff like that. So he's also created this game, and notice that he's got this, I don't know if you can actually see it, but people are walking around in this world, and it's a 3D thing where he's on a platform and he's looking or overlooking this little world here. And all this stuff was stuff that he created, and I've created things kind of similar to this and had people play in my game. And it's so much fun to create something like this and have people play through your experience, right? In fact, these things are called experiences in Sandbox. And so wouldn't it be awesome if we had a dungeon map designer for us easily to create, like on a piece of graph paper, where any of us that could draw something could just say, oh, I want a wall here, I want this here, I want this piece of loot here, and we could throw a DFK hero, or maybe a couple of heroes, into a map where we've designed for DFK. I mean, I think that would be amazing fun, and it would give people in our community a lot more to look at and do. And then it could just be added to in time. Yeah. So talking about making collections and stuff, yeah, I've thought a lot about making whole Rock 808, series of maps and NFTs and all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Bravo Sab says we could voxelize DeFi Kingdoms if you'd like. You just like that, yeah. In fact, Bravo Sabs, I remember you telling me at one time in the past you were going to do a voxel of my Gen0. I don't know if you have continued to work on that, or if it's something that you weren't that. If you got sidetracked, I think you were being honest about it when you said that that's what you were going to do, but you might have gotten busy or something. And I was really kind of looking forward to that. If you don't have time for it, that's cool. So I don't want to put you on the spot. But yeah, I was really looking forward to not only that, but then also maybe designing a adventure map within Sandbox, but that's DFK related. I think that would be really cool as well. All right. CryptoGrady says, yeah, power-ups are easy. You can do it now. Just click there. Okay, so we're here. And great, if you want to step me through this just for a minute, really, let's just do one quick power-up maybe. Like, I don't even know. Quick study grants 15% bonus on experience gain from questing each hero sign. So yeah, so we've got 3,700 Jewel allocated. Is that all? Something, what's going on here? Wow. Hold on a second. Is all I deposited 3,700 Jewel? Oh, this is on, this is on the Clayton blockchain. I was going to say, man, that is not much. So if we hop over to DFK chain. Jeweler. Here we go. 10,000. That's a little bit better. It's not quite as much as I would like, but I do have a couple of accounts, so 10,000 on this one. And it looks like power-ups are available here too. So I should be able to dual allocated, activation, manage the power-ups, heroes assigned, and so just click them and add them. So I've got quick study, gaining some more experience. Duel allocation per charge is 30. Number of heroes per charge is 6. Number of heroes per charge. So I've got, like, let's say 30 heroes. So I could have, and if they go in batches of 6, that's like, could have 5 batches of 6, and 5 batches at 30 each would be 150. Is that right? Something like that. Let's see. So here I have 42 heroes, and so that would be a total. Hold on. Minimum required lock time is going to be 7 days. And this is just for the power up, right? So I'm signing a power up to go for, so my lock time here is 900 days, but I'm only going to, I think what this means is I'm only going to be locking the quick study allocation of that. Total charges, 42 hero slots. I mean, I'm just going to click activate, although I don't fully understand. I'm going to need to look back and see how to look at that a little bit better. Maybe someone like Grady or Brown Gent or Christian Peter has made an amazing video about how to freaking use these things since I've been away from it for 2 weeks now, and what the strategies, best strategies are for using that, and why and how, and things to consider. But for now, I'm just going to click on apply. All right. Okay, let me get off stream here. Let's see. Grady, thanks for helping me out with that. I think I'll have to look into it a little bit more later. Oh, I have to assign the heroes now. Can I just say all? Is there a select all? Don't tell me. Look, DFK devs, are you really going to make me click each one of these individually, one at a time? Like this. Is it that? Okay. Woo! Thank goodness. Okay. Got it. Thanks, Grady. All right, so assign the power-ups. There's 30 of 42. Why is there only 30 of 42? Maybe because some of them are like on a quest. If they're already on a quest, then we can't add them yet. Oh, it looks like that's probably what it is. So we've selected some of these guys. Some of these guys can't be selected. I don't know. We're just going to assign. Oh, only 30 at a time. Okay. All right. I'll read up about it, but right now I am ready to be done. It's already 8 o'clock at night. I have not eaten dinner. I've been streaming for 5 hours just about. Okay. Well, let's see. FX says, yeah, Frisky mentioned of diamond contracts is interesting. think they can implement different cool stuff when everything is upgraded to the diamond. Yeah, so I do remember something about him saying diamond contracts. I don't remember enough about that right now, but I think what you're saying here is that diamond contracts might be something that allows not only easy upgrades of the contract, but maybe it to work maybe cross-chain a little bit easier as well. We'll see. I'll need to read up on that a little bit more, but I did hear something about diamond contracts. Let's see, the main problem I see right now is how we could let the sandbox smart contract know the NFTs are in the DFK chain. Clayton, for example. Yeah, that's one reason I haven't really fully done so. I think what it's going to have to be is you're probably going to have to like design NFTs on the Polygon blockchain, or at least starting there, or something with Sandbox is going to have to allow the importing of something. And again, that's one reason that I kind of left Sandbox a little bit. There were several reasons, right? A small reason why I moved away from Sandbox was I didn't think Sandbox was ready yet for user-generated content, and hopefully they're getting better at that. And to be honest, I don't even know how close they are to user-generated content yet, but hopefully they've already implemented some level of user-generated content. But when I was leaving, it seemed like there was still gatekeepers, and I wasn't really interested in the type of gatekeeping that I thought I was about to see. And that was one of the things that was kind of driving me away, was I wanted to be able to create games and put stuff in there, and it seemed like maybe that wasn't, there was going to be a lot more restrictions on that, and that gatekeepers would just be able to remove or delete. Anyway, I don't want to get into all that right now, but the point is that I don't know if Sandbox is at the point now where you can import NFTs more easily, and if user-generated content is allowed, and even if so, how's all that working? At any rate, I think at least the temporary or short-term solution would be you just create those with Box Edit, you create the map with the game maker, and you just have a Sandbox experience that is DFK related, even though that the NFTs aren't specifically coming from DFK, right? And that's not particularly something that I want to spend a lot of my personal time with right now. Let's see. Thanks, Grady, for helping me out with all this. Yeah. Here's Grady getting a little, being very helpful, but also probably laughing at me as I'm stumbling around and not listening to him very closely. Have to wait until they're not questing. Oh yeah, good deal. Enjoy your night, Rock. Glad to see you back in the saddle. Yeah, thanks, TuneFed. So happy that you've been here the whole time, or even that you've come and gone. But glad to see you. And Bravos, glad to see you here too, man. Thanks for stopping by. TuneFed, Grady, love you. Absolutely. Yeah, we're about out. Zabu, Crypto Grady, not sure if you saw my comment on stream today. The reason you can't it's like because I assume we got to PBT. Okay. Gotcha on that. Also removes. Yep, I remember there were some issues with automatically removing things as well. Have you checked 0.8 GM version? No, I have not. Bravos Labs, and I probably am not going to anytime soon. I've got too many things on my plate, and I can't even do the things in DFK that I want to be doing right now. So it's hard for me to even think about adding more to my plate. I mean, eventually things will happen. Maybe when I'm a millionaire, or yeah, maybe a millionaire, and I've got good stable income source, and I can afford to spend more time doing more things. At any rate, guys, it's been super fun and fantastic hanging out with y'all. We've been streaming for just about 5 hours. It's way longer than I was planning to stream. But I am going to try, of course I've said this before and it hasn't happened, so just cross your fingers. But I'm going to try to be streaming every day, at least for 1 hour, and hopefully I'm going to stick with 1 hour. Of course, I tried to stream for 1 hour today and it turned into 5 hours. But I can't keep doing this every day, and that's part of the problem, is that I just get so wrapped up in things that I stream for like 5 hours at a time, and then that causes problems in other things that I need to be doing offline. So it's not really good, even though I'm sure everyone enjoys, including myself, enjoys these long streams. At any rate, thanks for helping out with that. I'm going to take a look at this a little bit more later. That power up is going for all 900 days, huh? All right. Anyway, I think at this point, we're going to wrap things up. I will see y'all hopefully tomorrow and in the streams and all that kind of stuff. Just didn't want y'all to think I was dead. Grady, thank you for doing your stream last night. In fact, you were the final. Like, I've been wanting to get on stream for a long time, and it's just, there's so much going on. It's difficult for me. But I will say, Grady, that your catching your stream the other day was like the final straw that said that, I mean, I was even telling some other people, yeah, I need to get it on stream. I need to get on stream, who have been, you know, trying to touch base with me in another message. And I think somebody had said something in Discord. And I haven't even been in Discord for weeks. And so I saw your thing and I popped into Discord and I saw someone else had left me a message to get on. Anyway, I don't want to drag this goodbye out for too long, but I did want to say it was your stream that was like the final straw that got me to say, you know what, I need to jump through whatever hoops it takes to get on for today. So thank you for your stream, and all of y'all, content creators, Sergeant, your stuff too. It's amazing. Everybody here, Zabu, can't leave your stuff out as well. Watch all of y'all's videos. I'm so happy that we've got so many content creators. Anyway, enough of me rambling. I will see y'all later. See y'all tomorrow. Until then, rock out.